race. I knew that bit. It was on a Lotus 49 as well at Zandvoort, the old Zandvoort. But that nearly didn't. That money from Ford nearly didn't get spent with Northamptonshire's finest engine design and build. And Cosworth, by the way, continue to this day, and they are still doing brilliant things with engines, normally aspirated engines in particular. They have taken the Aston Martin, well, they did the Aston Martin road car engine for the Valkyrie, and they've had to tune it back to merely 600 horsepower or thereabouts, 650, whatever it is. That's a thing of beauty. I've seen one of those stripped down. They've just done the Turbulon Bugatti V16 engine, and they've also done the engine for the G50.
Off the road just for a moment there for
T50, sorry.
Pete Egeman in the Cheetah G601.
That's a nice little car.
Coming out of Villeneuve, and that's just lost him a position or two, and now is under pressure big time from Tony Sinclair in the ex-Chris Craft machine. So just carries a little bit too much speed in that Cheetah, unfortunately. That car actually it's a ex-Walter Wolf racing car.
Yeah.
Still in that livery. They tried to qualify for Le Mans in 1980, didn't manage. Did race at Le Mans in 79 and 78 as well. So it's got real pedigree, that Cheetah. It's battling away a little bit further up though. Just ahead, you've got Charlie Hyatt in the Chevron B31 in second position, battling away with Stéphane Nguyen in the Lola T298. So it's really quite close at the moment between them, with Nguyen in that Lola T298, a car that raced in the Inter Series actually. Is into the pits now. The pit window is open.
Yeah.
Pit window is open, so the ex-Marty Hines Porsche 935 is in. That is no, that one is Emmanuel Brigon, and then also in from third place, the number 84 machine of Emil Breitmeier.
Do you know which one of the Cheetahs that is? Because there's only two 601s, isn't there?
G601 2.
So that's the second one, right?
Debuted at Le Mans in 1978. That particular car did.
I'm just looking at its friend then. Its brother or sister.
So a little bit hot under the collar is Pete Egeman, after maybe a little bit annoyed with himself after that little mistake.
I'm sure he is.
Walter Wolf Racing with the aftershave sponsorship on the front. Sport Cologne and aftershave.
How dare you, yes.
And Sport Cologne, aftershave and leisure for men.
For men.
For men. What must that have smelt like? Pungent.
Do you think?
Pit stop as well for the number 26 crew, Claude Dejean and Lucien Rousseau in their Chevron B36. Car that won its class at Le Mans in 1977 with Société ROC. Also the Konica Minolta camera car of Marco Radiccioni into the pits, car number 78 in the GT2 category.
So these guys are burning their pit stop early. And I'm not having any issue with that at all. Warsteiner car still leaving. Nothing has come of the start investigation for the toy, excuse me.
Off goes the ex-Knock Hill winning Lloyd's number 22 car. It's quite remarkable to see that. I mean, that's Russell Proust.
That Chevron B31 from 1975, that is a part of Knock Hill history because it took part in one of the very early car races Knockhill, much in parallel with the circuit here at Imola. Not just the up and down nature and the greenery around it, or the occasional splash of rain, but it started life as a motorcycle circuit, as did Imola.
Very good. Parallel, yes. Yeah, that's my home circuit in Scotland, just outside Edinburgh, just over the water from Edinburgh in Fife. Great place. It's the home of Scottish motor racing. Bike racing started in 1974, car racing a year later.
Would you say it's not Edinburgh though, would you? You would say it's Dunfermline, isn't it?
No, it's not Edinburgh, it's just over the water from Edinburgh in Fife, yeah. Just near the village of Sallen, between Sallen and Dunfermline.
Lovely part of the world. Oh dear, we've had a problem.
It's the Knockhill car.
It is the Knockhill car just going out of the pits, having had its pit stop, and Russell Boost with 2 minutes 38 on a 2 minutes 33 required time, so he was pretty good, but he's lost it coming out of Villeneuve. Whether the tyres had lost some temperature, 49 Celsius now, and did he just get...
Oh, all four wheels on the gravel.
He was so close to having that back, and speared across the track to drivers right into a very well protected piece of guardrail there.
Safety car required. Safety car board is out.
Yeah, it's out.
And it's always good to see the driver get out of an incident as well, because these little prototypes are, when you get up close to them, there is not much to them. They are of the time. What
I think was important there, and I say this in contemporary racing as well, but it bears mentioning here, tyres that are bundled in front of hard surfaces, whether it's...
No.
That looks like the Bush twin cars is out as well. The twin Bush car.
Oh no.
Dennis Bush is getting out of that car, and I don't think that's rejoining. I'll just finish the thought whilst I can, as the Crown with an E racing. Now, that is a good point. I'm gonna have to go back to that now. The way that the tyres dissipated the energy there, it's not the front bodywork off that car, but you saw it bounce back out and the wheels are still pointing in the right direction. And that's exactly what it's meant to do. It doesn't look particularly sophisticated. I know there's things like safer barriers, etc., but banded bundles of tyres absolutely looks like it's doing its business. So
that ex-Chris Craft car, the Crown Racing machine in the middle of its pit stop, so Tony Sinclair has jumped out, and Nick Padmore has jumped in there as well, and that's timed quite well for them with the safety car, so the field will be much slower than normal while they're still in getting their service, so that could give them a bit of an advantage actually. And quite a big attrition rate in this race, more than some of the others. I guess you're at the time these cars were pushing the level of performance, so that still is the case.
Well, the Lamborghini back out on the circuit. We like the car, but we don't necessarily want to see it. It does give us the chance, though, to go down the pit lane and speak to Tony Sinclair out of the Lola T292. He's with Joe.
Tony, that safety car came in very handy for you guys right there.
Yeah, it did. I'm usually quite good on the start, but I managed to get on the wrong side at the first chicane, so a couple got through me, which is I was really kicking myself, but there you go. That's down to me being a bad driver at the first chicane. But I managed to sort of stick with them. And the safety car, I was glad to see the safety car because it meant I could pull back. And before we come in, I was right up with them, and they all come in, and that's why we've come in as well. So. Yeah, no, it's hot out there, but it's fun, good fun track to have a good dice with.
It's hot out the car as well. You guys have been, Tony Sinclair, yourself, have been prepping that car and running that car for how many years now?
We've run it since the owner got it, and he bought it in 2014. But we didn't really use it till 15, 16, etc. We won this championship in 2016. And I think as it stands at the moment, we're either first or second in the championship at the moment, so we're hoping to get some more points today. It's really good. It's a lovely car. It's fantastic to drive. I mean, I can't explain. If anyone's been karting and done stuff like that, then you'll understand when they say that, it turns in, it does everything, like all those cars in general, 2 litre Group 6 cars as they used to call them. They are like heavy go-karts, you've got a lot of grunt, a lot of grip and good brakes.
It's all fiberglass, Tony. You're actually sat on it rather than in it.
Well, the tub itself is aluminium, which is only a foot high. The petrol tank's behind you, which is a bit daunting, but we've got the proper safety stuff in there, so it should be okay. But the top half, yes, is fiberglass. You're not allowed to have carbon or anything like that. Yeah. There is a weight limit to them, so there's no point in putting light stuff on if it's not going to help. Yeah. And obviously we don't want to make the car unsafe, so you have to run all the Lola bits, etc.
Heat of the day, probably the hottest part of the day. Is that affecting how the car behaves on track?
Yes, the brake. Mainly it's the brakes, and I could see a couple in front of me, locking up wheels, same as I was. And there was 1 or 2 corners when we were really close. If you get behind someone and you've got no air going up the ducts, a bit like you see when the Formula 1 move over to clean air. I mean, people may think what they're talking about, but that really is a fact. And if you haven't got air going into your brakes, they get quite hot. And then consequently, 1 minute you've got a nice hard pedal, and you're bombing along, come to the next corner, you press it, and it goes down a bit further. And of course, in your brain, it's like, whoa, so you have to pump it and then they come up again.
Are you ever going to retire, Tony? You've been doing this a lot of years now, mate.
I'm Peter Pan and I, or Cliff Richard.
Well,
take your pick.
we're delighted. I always have you. Thank you, Tony.
Right.
Best of luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much.
So, running the car in its original Crown Racing colours, and as Chris Craft would have done in period, with all of the gear on as well, into the pits for the leader, the toy.
The pit window closed pretty much as they were coming in.
It closed 29 seconds after they came in. And there's your issue. If you push it and the safety car comes out, absolutely nothing I don't think that they could have done.
But now this is where, forgive me, if you're in the pits before the window closes, is that okay, or do you have to be out? But
no. In before the pit window closes.
Okay, so they're okay then.
No. The pit window closed at 14:35:04. They only came in at 14:35:33. Yeah, they were 29 seconds late, I reckon, but nothing they could have done because of the fact they were behind the safety car, and that is the risk, Peter, that you run. You've got a 5-minute lap or a 4-minute lap behind the safety car instead of a 1-minute 50 lap when you're rolling, and the safety car is going to come in this lap.
It is, unfortunately. The number 21 car of Nigel Greensall and John Hindhaugh, the Chevron B26, is parked up, sadly. A little bit of scuffage on the rear left. That's a cool car as well. It's been driven by John Watson and Brian Redman, and
really?
Winner at Knockhill and Eggleston.
Very quickly, Alan Prosser says, can Imola be run in both directions like Knockhill can? Hello, Alan, in Wales. I think probably not. I think we're going to get Joe very quickly before we go back green to find out about that, the issue with that Chevron. John Emberson out of that car. The safety car lights are out.
Yep, yes.
And so we'll slide this in as we go back to green with that brown Chevron. Oh no, the safety car lights are still on. We might squeeze this in.
I am a big fan of the 2-litre sports car era of the 1970s. Chevron, a big name, and John Emerson, big thank you to bring this car along. It's quite an iconic Chevron. You're out of the race though, John. It's never nice to... Great to talk to you, but never nice to talk to you beside the car.
That's retired. No, you're right. No, for those that don't know, this is the famous Chevron B26 chocolate drop, although it's a bit slab-sided, so we like to call it chock block, as a joke. But anyway, Yeah, we're out of the race. I had trouble with the brakes from the beginning. I kept having to pump the pedals, so my lap times were way off what they should have been. And then they finally went completely, which is quite a scary experience around here because it's quite a quick circuit. But then we come into the pits and I find actually it was more serious than that. We'd lost a wheel bearing, so we've had to retire the car, which is a shame. But yes, it's a beautiful grid, isn't it, the CR2 grid, with these 2-litre prototypes. I mean, it's just a fantastic sight. And when this car is on song, you know, especially if maybe Nigel's driving it, you know, we can be a race winner or, you know, on pole position. But it's not chocolate drops day today, but that's the way with race cars, isn't it?
We chatted the other day, and you've brought a couple of Chevrons, a B19 and this is a 23. Did you
26.
say 26? And you said even, I mean, aesthetically they look very similar cars, but you were telling me completely different cars to drive.
Completely different cars to drive. Yeah, I mean the B19, that's a fabulous car. It's like a little go-kart. It runs on treaded tyres, race treaded tyres. You're drifting it and sliding it. This shows you the difference. You know, just a couple of years later, Chevron make this. It's on slicks with wings, so it's a completely different driving experience. It's all about the grip and the downforce. But I have found to my cost a couple of occasions, got used to it now, that when the grip disappears on this, with those early aerodynamics, it disappears completely. It's not like a downforce car, but you know what I mean. Early wing, early splitter on the front, slick tyres, grip, and suddenly you can be. But it's a whole. Yeah, it's not about drifting. It's about, you know, the grip. So yeah.
Being here for this classic Imola event is fantastic for us, John. But having somewhere to bring your car collection and race and be part of others who also own these cars, that must be something really special.
Oh yeah, I mean we're so lucky, aren't we? I mean it's just so lucky to be a sort of part of this club and race your car with other cars that are equally as beautiful. And you saw earlier we had the SLR out, and that's a whole different driving experience because that's on Dunlops, and that's really about the four-wheel drifting round here, and it's brilliant to do that. So you're going from four-wheel drifting in this SLR to, you know, sliding in the B19 and then sticky in the B26. So just an amazing experience here. So
Paul Ricard next for this one?
Absolutely, we'll be there. Hope you'll be there too.
Hope to be as well, John. Thank you. Great to talk to you as ever. And bad luck on that one, but the chocolate drop will fight on a Paul Ricard.
The chocolate block has melted a bit today, or at least the brakes have. Still under yellow, actually, so we managed to squeeze that in perfectly well. Well done, Mr. Bradley. Thanks to John Emberson. We go back to green right now. And Yves Shamama then in the toy. I have not seen any further action on the start, so I think we can assume now that that's not an issue, Peter. It might be dangerous so to do, but the Lola T298 in second, Stefan Ngoyen, and then Emil Breitmeier in the C at the 935 K3, and then the BMW Pro car right up there as well for Gunther Schindler. So three very, very different philosophies of car. Never mind anything else, Peter. In the top four.
Yeah, totally different, and all running in different ways. And you've got an over 2-litre prototype from an under 2-litre prototype from a couple of GT2 class cars. So yeah, it's all going on at the front there. So Nick Padmore now is taken over from Tony Sinclair, who we heard from a couple of moments ago with Joe Bradley. He's up into 4th position after that safety car and pit stop cycle. Just under 18 minutes left in this race then. And
it is a dash for the cash then, isn't it, right now?
Yeah, a little bit it is, yeah.
So that is going to be, once they get back up to speed, probably 8 or 9 laps, just depending where the leader is and how much traffic they have to go through. Fantastic livery. We talked about livery before. That's the Lola T298 for 1981 with the Lambretta sponsorship on the side. We are absolutely in the land of scooters here.
Yeah, that's chassis HU100. H for Huntingdon, of the Lola factory in Huntingdon. That car raced in the Interserie in 1984 at Avus, Zeltweg, and the Nürburgring by a Swiss privateer called Kurt Buess.
Oh, just about holds on to that. Lovely proportions on that car, helped by the livery itself, particularly around the wheel arches. It sort of just makes the car look a little more in balance. Really impressive looking car. And by the way, in the new world of Lola, racing in Formula E amongst other things, at the moment, the Huntingdon Technology Centre is still part of the plans and just having a big refit at the moment with the wind tunnel over there. Till Bechtelsheimer making sure that the Lola name continues to another chapter after Eric Broadley and Martin Bahrain. Now Till Bechtelsheimer with the stewardship, as I think he would probably say, of that august British manufacturer. We're talking about Chevron earlier on. Dick Bennett's, of course. Dick Bennett's. Derek Bennett, who was Chevron up in the northwest of England. Super talented engineer, Derek, and
Steve Skimama is absolutely driving the wheels off that toy SC304, pulling away. Meanwhile, the battle for the under 2 litre class win is game on, because Nick Padmore has got the bit between his teeth. He's right there in the slipstream behind Stefan Nguyen, and he's going to pop out and go for it in the ex-Chris Craft machine that won here at Imola many years ago, and is rolling back the clock. This is fantastic stuff, but whoa, good stuff there from Stefan Nguyen in that number 12 car to hold him off for now. As here now comes Padmore now in car number 85, and 53 years later, after that victory here at Imola, moves into the lead of the race and gives us a little wave there from Nick Padmore, saying thank you very much. Nick Padmore with one of the most modern designs of helmet there. It's all luminous green and blue and a shiny visor. It kind of looks a little odd there outside of that chevron, but into the lead he goes in category.
Chevron Bolton, Northwest, as I said, Lancashire. A lot of their drivers in period came from that area of the world, including Derek Redmond, Brian Redmond. I'm determined to get Derek's in everywhere at the moment. It is probably a little known fact, however, that one of the towns, or cities should I say, that Bolton is twinned with is Le Mans, France.
No way.
Yes, it is. Genuine. I found out by accident some years ago when looking at a street sign in Le Mans, actually, rather than in Bolton. A Le Mans street sign going. I was going to do a dinner speaking engagement, and on the way back, as we came back towards Le Mans, I saw that, and it, twinned with here in Germany and here in the Netherlands, and Bolton. And Bolton is twinned with Le Mans in the department of the Sarthe.
I never knew that.
Yeah, home of Chevron, and I suppose you could say home of Pescarolo, really, in terms of the birthplace of the name, of the man's name. Sébastien Bourdais, also Sarthoise.
Chevron as well, that was one of the cars where John Cleland had a lot of success with. He was coming up, he had a Chevron B8, I think it was, where he did kill climbs with.
Great little cars, the B8. BMW, generally speaking, the BMW engine behind the driver, transversely mounted. Beautiful, well-balanced car.
He's ever the car dealer. Obviously had to always sell the race car on at the end of the year to pay for the next one, and I think he got a couple of grand for it at the time, which was more than he'd paid for it, so he thought
he was happy. I'm
a great car dealer, which John Cleland is a very good car dealer. And he says then maybe 10 years ago or so, I saw it on Gregor Fiskin's website for something like 300,000. Maybe if I just held on to it and rolled it into we all say that, just if we'd held on to it, but it doesn't work like that.
No.
Not everyone has that ability.
Not everybody has the space, and that's my problem at the moment.
Yes.
So Yves Skimama still leading the motor race. A little bit further back, Emil Breitmeyer leading the GT2 category in that bright yellow number 84 K3 from 1981, right on the tail of the Lawler T9 298. That's a 1981 car, quite a late one then.
Now, slight problem though for Nick Padmore. He has a lead of 3.4 seconds. That's great. What's not great is he's got a 6-second time penalty for minimum pit stop time infringement.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah. So he's got to get a shift on. At the moment, he is lapping quicker than Stefan Le Guin. So it's within his gift to close that, to open that gap up enough where they negates the penalty. So let's see if he can do that.
Charlie Hyatt in 5th, 3rd in class in the under 2 litre prototype class with the Chevron B31. Had his dad in, Ross, earlier on. What a character. Actually, do you know what? I say this a lot in sports car paddocks, but it's particularly true in the historic sports car paddocks, and we don't have any single-seaters here, and you can debate the whys and wherefores of that, but they are on other schedules in an seemingly ever-growing historic racing calendar. But in this paddock, my goodness, the word character could be used for everybody. What did you say? Raconteur, I thought was a good word that you used. Bon viveur is another one. My goodness, it's absolutely phenomenal. Really thoroughly enjoying being around these drivers and owners of these cars.
Well, we could be in for a proper story here, because car number 52, as you rightly spotted, John, arrived out width of the pit window and has received a 1 lap penalty.
I think it was 29 or 28 seconds. The problem was for them, could not do anything about it. They must have known as soon as the safety car was called that they were in trouble, because they were going to be too late on that last lap into the pit lane. They'd have been in by probably a minute and a half, possibly even more, had the safety car not come out.
What that means then is that Nick Padmore in that Lola T292, the ex-Chris Craft machine that won here in 1972 at Imola, it could be in for an overall victory.
Yeah.
Quite amazing, and already has opened that gap more than 6 seconds back to Stefan Le Guin. So, but in terms of the overall, Emil Breitmeyer in the Porsche 935 is actually only 3 seconds behind. So it's now Breitmeyer he's got to think about for the overall win.
And Charlie Hyatt in the Chevron B31, the green car, has just done a 49.9. That is 5 seconds faster than the guy in ahead of him. He needs to deal with that car pretty quickly and get up the road. He could be in for a super victory or a super result. Already 3rd on the sub 2 litre prototype podium, and 5th net 4th. But right now, that number 85, the black and orange Crown Racing former Chris Craft car, is leading the motor race, with Yves Shimama being docked.
Wasn't it? Very, very unlucky indeed for Yves Shimama.
Yeah.
But the gap is, it's probably, it's not enough time to build up a gap of over a minute. So Nick Padmore has got his head down. I'm sure he's getting plenty of encouragement from the pit wall right now.
7.5 minutes to go. Is that enough for Charlie Hyatt, who has got through? He's only 3.5, call it 4 seconds behind Emil Breitmeyer for... And then another, he's what, 7, let's call it 7 seconds away from Nick Padmore. And that's the car he's racing for the win overall and the win in class. Between them, that bright yellow and light blue number 84 K3 Porsche, the Kramer K3 Porsche. And Charlie is absolutely ragging that number 131, the green prototype. He's nearly there. BMW on BMW action. A moment or two ago down at Rivazza. My goodness me. What a fabulous piece of avoidance by Olivier Breitmeier, who was avoiding Günther Schindler just to manage to do it. Oh, did he actually hit him? Because it looks like he might have dislodged the bonnet, or at least actually was the luggage cover on the front of that car. The engine, that magnificent M engine, sitting amidships behind the driver. The original M car for BMW. Now, a moment or two ago, a little gravelly moment for the other K3.
That's the ex-Marty Hines car, unfortunately there, car number 2.
So here comes Charlie. You can't see sneaking up when he's in a bright green car, catching a bright yellow car. It's the battle of the highlighter pen colours at the moment, isn't it? As they're battling for second overall, but more importantly for Charlie, I suspect, he wants to get through and past Emil Breitmeier to try in the last 5 minutes and catch Nick Padmore for the overall victory.
Only got to get within 6 seconds.
Oh, yes, good point. So if he gets past Emil Breitmeier, he's there.
More or less. It's very close at the moment because the gap between them, 56 seconds to a minute and 2, so it's very, very tight at the moment. He's just 4/10 the other side of it, so effectively, although he can't really see Nick Padmore, he's actually only 4/10 behind him in the race on corrected time with under 5 minutes to go. This is hugely exciting.
And if you're watching on the timing screens online, don't forget there's a 1 lap penalty to be applied to Yves Shimama. The Shimama car missed by half a minute or thereabouts the pit lane window because they couldn't get in behind the safety car. No real mistake on their part in that respect. You could say they were pushing the envelope and got caught, and I think that would be a reasonable explanation.
That the car that Charlie Hyatt's got to get past, the Emil Breitmeier, the Porsche 935, ran with the Whittington brothers.
Yeah.
That exact car did it, and it actually started life as a 934, then became a 934 and a half, and then it put the 935 kit on it. So it then went back to a 934. It's been through many hands in period. So it's a hugely interesting car where it's been what it's done.
It's had more regenerations than Doctor Who.
Yeah, definitely. So it's and it's got big horsepower. That's the thing. And so whereas Charlie Hyatt's got a car that's brilliant on the brakes and in the corners, but doesn't have the horsepower of the 935.
Breitmeier within or just on 6 seconds now from Padmore, and it's 6 seconds for the win. A little bit of damage to the right front of Charlie's car, and a big slide by the Kramer K3 as the turbos spin up out of Tosa and up the hill. And this is the problem for Charlie Hyatt. He's got a nimble car that's super quick through the corners, and he is being held up through the corners but not down the straights, and he can't get into what must be a substantial draft slipstream effect that's been created by the car in front.
Spare a thought for Father Ross. He's watching in between his fingers right now.
He's right there coming up to the Variante Alta. Very late on the brakes though from Emil Breitmeier
being placing the car very cleverly, knowing that he doesn't have to have the big apex speed that the Chevron will, but he knows that he's got the boogie down the straight. When you open up that flat 6 with a big turbo on it, that'll be a twin turbo car as well, the K3, and it will just gallop out the corner. Once you get that traction, it's gone. 4-speed gearbox in one of those as well, so and just to handle the torque of that turbo, look at it go, the Porsche 935. No wonder it won Daytona so many times.
Charlie sticks to the inside, trying to make the shorter line through the finish line. And again, he's trying to just take the tightest line possible. Next through is, that was the number 12 car of Stefan Nguyen. And now the situation is, I think that Breitmeier has dropped away a bit, yes, 6.5 seconds. I don't know what Charlie can do here. It's the bit of traffic. Here's the opportunity for Charlie in the green car. He'll try and do the cutback. No, he's going round the outside. He's got a little bit more downforce. And we know the Porsche's quick up the hill, but he couldn't get on the power because he was on the tighter line. And now ahead of them is the invitation class car, Matteo Radicchioni, in the 935-2. Oh, what a shame. I thought Charlie had been clever there and used that Porsche as a bit of a block, and he might have been able to get through here as they explode over the top of the hill. Now, if he's got through, he should be able to pull away. Yes, he has. He's got through and he should be able to pull away. And now he's after Nick Padmore, who's 8 seconds up the road.
Exactly, which is enough because Padmore has that 6-second penalty.
Oh, it's the last lap.
If you've just, this could be enough. It could be enough for Nick Padmore to hang on. Remember, Skimama has a lap penalty. Padmore has a 6-second penalty, has about 8 seconds in hand. Is it enough? Does he know that? That's the thing. Is he going to ease off here, or is he going to be flat out to the flag? The pit board's so important here.
Charlie needed one more lap, or not to have lost 2 seconds the lap before. Here comes Nick Padmore in the Crown Racing car, the ex-Chris Craft car, which won at this very circuit. Now, hang on. It's the final lap, of course, for the toy. So that's not the checkered flag. So there's an opportunity here. I'm thinking Padmore was coming to the line now but he's 53 seconds behind the leader. And just because there's a lap going to be applied at the end, that doesn't. So there's a chance here for Charlie Hyatt, and he's closed in already.
7.8. 7.8 is the gap.
He was 2 seconds quicker than Padmore that last time around, despite having that scrap.
Now 7.4 after the first sector.
It's got to be quick.
It's got to be below 6 seconds, so he's got to keep doing that sector by sector.
It's on.
Spare a thought for Yves Skimama, though. He's driven perfectly.
Yeah, nothing he could have done.
No, it's just such a shame. It's just unlucky. That toy has been beautifully prepared. It's a highly strung car, and it's gonna finish, take the checkered flag first on the road, but with a lap penalty, unfortunately.
You'll see on the left-hand side of the screen that car will start to drop down. So right now, Nick Padmore is scored as the leader, 6.7 seconds at the last mini split. This is going to be so tight. Charlie Hyatt giving it absolutely everything. He can't afford to lift off. I don't know if he knows there's a penalty with the car ahead.
Pit board's so important here, has to know, and also Charlie Hyatt needs to know. It appears like he's trying with everything he's got.
Yes, it does.
Car.
Here comes the Chris Craft car down the hill for the final time. Here comes Hyatt. That doesn't look like 6 seconds to me.
It looks closer.
It looks much, much closer. Here comes Nick Padmore in the black and orange car. The checkered flag is waving at the finish point. Still we wait. Here he comes now.
He's punching in the air. Oh, is it enough?
6.6 at the last split. Here comes Charlie. That didn't look like 6 to me. He crosses the line. 6.8.
Oh,
wow.
He's hung on. Padmore's hung on.
By 0.8 of a second.
Oh, my word.
Wow. Well, extraordinary. 0.8 of a second taken out of the leader, Nick Padmore, by Charlie Hyatt, and that was exactly half of the gap he needed. Oh, he lost 2 seconds, 4 laps before the end, and that ultimately was the issue. Well, who says that aggregate races aren't exciting? The 2 sub-2 litre prototypes winning and in second place, separated with the penalties applied by 0.8 of a second. Emil Breitmeyer wins the GTs in third in that glorious Winnington Brothers 935 K3 Kramer Porsche. And I just say, oof.
Oh. It was, not designed to be a handicap race, but that's what we got.
That's true. Very true.
Quite remarkable stuff.
I think you were right to mention Yves Skimama, by the way. Drops down, still wins the over 2 litre class of prototypes in the toy. Drops down to 8th position. And yeah, 8th position. And 59 seconds, call it a minute off the lead. they will be cursing their luck, because I don't think there's very much else they could have done. You can say ifs and ands, but as the old saying goes by the Italian chef, if me granny had wheels, she'd be a bicycle.
That's the polite version of it.
Yeah. Well, he was on telly at the time. When he
Yes,
said that, so.
very, very good, actually. Very good. Brilliant stuff there from
Everybody.
yes. And Nick Padmore had to push hard, and Tony Sinclair did a great job in the opening stint. And that car, I mean, this is what this championship about, is taking these cars that had success in the period, taking them to circuits where they've been successful in the past, and 53 years later, it wins again at Imola.
And that's what I was talking about yesterday, Peter. Honouring the people who conceived, who designed, who built, who raced, who fettled, who spanned these cars in period. And there's real emotion with these cars, bringing them back to these places. And once in a while you'll find that piece of chronological symmetry that brings a car back to a place where it's had success in the past. 0.8 of a second, he's just told him.
Well, he didn't know. I don't think he knew.
No, I don't think he did.
I think he just told, get on, go.
Ross Hyatt alongside him there. And look at the camaraderie. Wow. What was the 6 seconds for? Short pit stop, yeah?
Yeah, that was it. 6 seconds.
Well, congratulations to a car that won here 53 years ago with Chris Craft and wins here this weekend. I hope you don't mind, I was just taking a bit of a breather there after what was a phenomenal run to the checkered flag in what effectively became a handicap race for that last event here at Historic Racing by Peter Auto. On the circuit now, and Peter has been waiting for this because he's not seen these cars up close, and we've been looking at them in the paddock as well. I'm delighted to say that for the 2-litre Cup at Imola-Classic, we're joined by, I think we can call you the father of the 2-litre Cup, James Turner, can't we?
Godfather, I'm not sure. It was certainly my idea a long time ago. 2017, I went to see Patrick with Patrick Peter with Lee Maxted Page, and we had a 1 hour.
This particular category works so well because it is a clearly definable version of the 911.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's with the paddock is full of Porsche enthusiasts, people who have GT3s or GT2s or RSs, but they all love these cars because they're such a pure version of it. But we're going straight into the start here, aren't we?
I think so. Have we got the safety car in the pit lane? We have. A baker's dozen of 13 short wheelbase, flat 6, 2-litre powered Porsche 911s from a very specific era, James, and that is, as I said, that is the clearly definable part of this, because these cars didn't run on for 15 years. They were produced for a relatively short period of time by Porsche.
Yeah, because they put they put 3.5 inches in the wheelbase to make them a bit more stable. But don't they look great going in there?
1965 is the age of most of the cars. Did they run on into 66?
Yeah, the cut-off that we set is 305-100 is the chassis number. So it's they didn't always produce them in strict order, but better than Italian manufacturers certainly. And so there's a fairly clear kind of history of these chassis. So it's oh my goodness, that was wide.
They were a good off-road car as well, of course, Porsche 911s, even in period. How many? Do you know how many then that would be eligible, even if they're not still available, these cars?
That's a really good question. We kind of you assume a survival rate of between 1/3 and 50% for a Porsche of this era, which is quite high. There are 120 built short wheelbase race cars out now, because I've got a list of them, and not including the ones in America.
Of which Christian Albrecht was the better qualifier in second place, and then gentlemen doing themselves. It looks like David Sarney didn't start in the number 21 car, so we have a round dozen.
Yep.
And these cars have to be driven spiritedly, I'm going to say, James. Is that right?
I think I love them. They are unbelievably pure, and it's a real fingertips car. You're not kind of having to hammer fist it around. And the guy in second place, Christian Glazels, obviously, or Christian Albrecht, is obviously a phenomenally experienced historic racer. And at the driver's briefing at Spa, he looked at me and he said, "You know, this is the most difficult car to drive that I race." He said, "To get the absolute best time out of it, it is. You have to think and just moves in a weird way. But they're lovely. They're faithful. They're really, really lovely to drive."
Your first opportunity to see them up close, Peter. I know you've been watching some of our coverage this season, and what have you made of these, and particularly the standard of preparation that we've seen in the paddock?
Well, you look at the teams that's attracted, who are teams that race at the top level in various categories of motorsport. You know, Tuck Hill, you have Era Motorsport, who race. They're a multiple Daytona winning team in IMSA. They've raced at Le Mans. Who else do you have? You've got
people like Historica, you've got Jordan Racing, Pursuit have run a car, you've got some top French teams as well. So
Lion Speed? Do they?
Lion Speed, yeah, absolutely. They're running the 82 car, which is being driven by the gentleman owner at the moment, by Timo Moll. But I think Patrick from Lion Speed would have been one of the fastest in qualifying yesterday.
Yeah.
But this is race at the front of the Nürburgring, you know. So these are top quality teams. So I think that for me that says you everything you want about the championship, the teams that it attracts.
The question I got asked, I think after Spa, where we had 30 cars, I think it was. And it was again a tremendous race on a big race. It only takes 2 cars to make a race, and we've still got a race, ladies and gentlemen. Kyle Tilley's still leading for the moment, but not really getting away. And he will have a longer pit stop because of his elite driver status. I was asked, James, do you have to buy a built car from one of those people you've mentioned. You can put it together. Indeed, we had two brothers who...
Yeah, the Westermans.
The Westermans. What a lovely set of lads.
I know, what an extraordinary story at Le Mans when they were racing on their dad's birthday.
I nearly lost it.
Real choker, wasn't it?
At that point, I absolutely... I know I'm soft. I cry at the adverts on telly, mate, but even so...
And if you saw the onboard footage of when they won the gentleman class at Spa, they were shouting, screaming. People say people don't celebrate enough, but they were loving it.
So if you wanted to do that and take on a project and you could find a quote-unquote donor car, who do you talk to? Do you come to you? Do you come to the series?
Yeah.
To find out which bits you're allowed to put on the car, which bits you have to have on the car?
The regulations are in the public domain. They're just on peterauto.com, and you can see them. We evolve them. We've had them fixed for the last 3 years. We're evolving them slightly into next year with the input of the teams and the drivers, but only slightly. We've got two people I'm talking to this weekend about building new cars. I'd always encourage them to talk to 2 or 3 teams because there is a bit of specialist knowledge about these things, obviously, and what are the weak points,
particularly in the engine department, I presume.
Bit of everything, bit of suspension, bit of brakes, but yeah, the engines, I think because the rules have been stable, the engines are pretty much a known quantity, but obviously they have a carburetor on them from 65, the Solex carb, which Porsche got rid of in 66. It didn't work very well, and they went to Weber's. And certain people have said, why can't we run Weber's? Because that's not how they were. So that's a change of position there, I think, isn't it? David's just gone past Alex Van Houten. It's not showing yet. But Alex was very, very close to Jürgen Rudolph. So this is great, because this is the top 5 gentleman drivers, because effectively Christian Albrecht in the Tuthill car is the gentleman racer against these guys, and then Seb Perez will get it in a minute.
Yeah.
But the competition for the championship is very much between the yellow car, number 10 of the Colombian, and Nelson Kay, and then the German guy Jürgen Rudolph, David Danglard, and young Alex Van Houten in his 4th race, after he came second at Dijon in his 3rd ever race. So.
You wouldn't have thought of this as a starter formula, Peter, would you?
And yet, there we are.
Well, actually, the Westermans as well, they had no racing experience.
Done BMW racing, but they've not done Classic.
Correct.
No, there's plenty of people. Oh, and David and Jürgen are very close there, but there's plenty of people. The Koenigs, father and son, started in the series together, and then they go on a journey racing these cars together, don't they? It's absolutely brilliant.
Jürgen Rudolph in 4th position in that 757 side by side with the number 15 of Dangler. Dangler goes through then in the
well done.
Sort of, there's a hint of Brumos about that. It's not exactly Brumos, but it's got a hint of it with the blue and the red. It should have a 59 down the side of it, shouldn't it? That would see it off. But Jürgen Rudolph, he's a real Porsche man through and through, because right after this race, an hour and a half of driving one of these 911s around Imola, he's going to quickly run across and he's going to slip into his Porsche 910. The Classic Endurance 1 race.
He told me he's agreed with the organisers. He can park right by the start finish line, so he can get into his 910 straight away. Which is, he said the 910's cooler to drive because it's easier and it's got a hole in the roof. So, a great retake there by Jürgen on David. So he'll have to do it all again now.
You talked about there being a purity of this form of racing, James, and even the cars themselves. I mean, you can stick them up, you can put period style liveries on them. Quite a lot of people do, but some don't. And that dark green car that Jürgen is driving, if you took the roundels off, you'd expect to see that on the street.
No, and of course they weren't really a race car in '65. There was some raced in Scandinavia. Ooh, David.
Well, that was Racing Room asked for and given there, and that was good awareness by Jürgen there. Holds on to the position.
It's fantastic, isn't it? That's exactly what you want to see, good, clean racing. It's helping Nelson in the car in front get away a bit, and Alex to catch up. But no, you're right. I love the ones that look like standard road cars, because that's effectively what they were. And if you look at the competition cars in the 60s, this had a little roll cage in, the bucket seat, kind of lap belt, or if you were lucky, and that was your protection.
Jules Dongxiu in the pit lane there in the number 37 car, and that's too early for the mandatory pit stop, so he might have a little problem. Try and get Joe to find out what's going on. You said these weren't race cars in in period in
There were
terms
much
of
more rally cars.
Yeah.
You know, in terms of Monte Carlo rally, that's why the regulation that we go by was done with the FIA in January '65, because Porsche wanted to do it in time for the Monte Carlo rally. So we've got, look at that.
that is the flat 6-cylinder 2-litre engine. So when you go and work on these, you don't use spanners and ratchets, you use watchmakers' tools.
Yes,
actually, it's
love.
very, very tiny.
Much love.
Yes,
put on some dungarees. That's favourite.
Yeah.
And they're lovely little things.
What sort of power are they putting out nowadays?
People claim all sorts, but I think in reality it's 190 to 200.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Out of a 2-litre, whether you're Max DePage, Tut Hill, Historica, that's gonna last you a season. As long as you don't do oodles of testing. So that's the kind of the limit. There is no actual rev limiter on them, but again, you can only get so much through the carb. So the effective rev limit is 7.5 or 8,000, depending who's prepared the car, which it wouldn't have been in the day. It was probably about 7.2 in the day. And of course, a 65 Porsche was 130 brake horsepower as a road car, but then 2-litre S, which albeit had bigger valves and different cams, that was 160 brake.
Yeah.
So. But funnily enough, it's impressive what people have got out of them.
And they weigh?
They're mandated to 1,000 kilos.
Right.
So, but they tend to get built to between 930 and 950 kilos, depending whether you put plastic windows in and things like that. So, if you look inside the cars, most of them have got a ballast box on the floor in the passenger footwell.
That's car without driver.
Correct. Yeah. So we've looked at success ballast in the past, but they've already got 50 kilos of ballast on the floor. And at the moment, the elite gentleman driver formula works well. It's a little bit ad hoc. I have a definition, which is you're an elite driver if you're turning up to win the race. And everybody thinks they're turning up to win the race, but the reality is Seb, Kyle, Ollie, those are our elites this weekend. Yeah. And someone like Christian Albrecht's a fantastic driver, but he's probably giving away a second a lap to someone like Ollie over a 40-lap race. Oh, this is brilliant dice. So is Alex going to get past David down the hill here? I think he might. He's got the run on him.
Low car on the inside we're talking about there, and looks like Danglad is going through. Oh, this is tight though, because it now swings to the right. Who's the last of the that was brilliant stuff, actually. Great defence.
Wasn't that lovely? Yeah, well done. David's a real gentleman driver. I remember racing at Le Mans with him. We were waving to each other as we went down the straight, side by side.
Now, on that note, James, what's happening to yours? Stripey. It's a bit of a famous car.
Well, the problem is now I have a race team. It's like cobbler's shoes. Everything goes to the bottom of the pile. So Stripey needs a slight engine refresh after it was last out. So that's in the queue. The engine should be done in time for Paul Ricard, and the car's ready to go. So either Ricard or Estoril will come back.
Tell us the story behind Stripey.
It looks like a Paul Smith suit line.
How long a story do you want?
Well, we've got an hour and 18 minutes, say James.
A long time ago, I worked for Aston Martin and did the Hackett deal. I had a deal for Paul Smith, which was to go into racing as well, and it didn't come off, and we always joked about making me a bicycle. Richard Tuthill and I built this car together.
Safety car's just come out, by the way.
So who stopped?
I think it's the 919, Frank Strickler.
Oh, no.
It was going slowly a moment or two. Still 20 minutes plus to the opening of the pit lane window, so let's not worry about that. Meantime, back at Stripey.
So we were going to do a bicycle. Richard and I wanted to do a car together for the series. It was going to be red. I said, let me think about it for 24 hours. And I spoke to Paul Smith, and he said, well, that deal didn't come off for the racing thing, so let's do the stripy car. And he'd never done that's called the artist stripe, the wide stripe. He's done them in the thin stripe. Yeah. This is still quite a short version of the story, to be honest, because they wanted to pay me for the deal that didn't come off, and I said, I've always wanted a Paul Smith suit. I didn't expect to get money from doing the deal unless it had come off, and so they made me a suit. And he said James is the guy that wanted a suit, not money, so he can have the stripy car. And so that's what. And then with all the guys at Tut Hill, we painted it all the way through the inside, and
and it's paint.
Oh yeah, and I said because the inside in these Porsches, they would basically have been in body colour, but then they used to paint black edges around the doors, so that when you had the trim on, you couldn't see that it didn't quite join up to the edges. And so me and Richard were thinking about this. I said, let me think, and I said, well, let's do the stripes on the inside. And he said, I'll tell you what, I'll do them on the bottom in case you ever put it on its roof. And then everyone will go, isn't James clever?
So it's total stripey.
I love
Yeah, it is. And it's lovely. I mean, one day it'll be a road car and I'll bumble around in it. But it's
For you.
It needs to have a life as a race car. It's never done a 2-litre cut round apart from Barcelona, which was a bit truncated. So so we'll come back and do it properly.
Has Will Paul still got his car? Because he was using that as a road car.
You're right, he was, and people do use them. But he sold that to Uwe Kolb, Patrick's father. So Uwe and Patrick have the silver one. They also have the red one. So no information on
Rory Butcher then.
Correct. Yeah. Very quick little car. What's he called? He calls that yellow stripey, something like that. It has a name along those lines. Okay. But Williams coming back. He told me he's coming to Ricard to race his RSR. He's got a 3-litre RSR.
Yeah,
so he's been doing some Carrera Cup, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And clever chap, and we'd love him back in 2-litre Cup. But
I need to catch up with him and find out what the Liberty deal means for his involvement with MotoGP.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's been very good to me down the work with his wife Hannah on a few projects back in the day. Very talented TV producer is Hannah.
Is that right?
Yeah. Works at the Olympic horse broadcaster.
Yeah, and
amongst other things.
Because Henry Catchpole's told me that as well, so he must know her from Porsche.
We did a very lovely, couple of very lovely Audi documentaries at Le Mans.
Oh yeah,
with
Truth
Hannah.
in 24.
No, not that one. That was a set of people called Auto Sports or something like that. They were the people who actually did all the NFL films back in the day. So they were not motorsport at all. But Hannah did a couple of really good. With a production company, I think that was called something 24 as well, actually.
And was that still under the aegis of, this is going to be Frank's car going through the camera, I think.
Yeah.
Was that still under David Ingram?
Yes, correct.
Much miss Audi marketing.
I still see him.
Yeah, lovely chap.
He's got his 911 now. He's on to his second 911.
Got a 991 now.
He has got a 991. He had a 993 Target.
Yep.
He and I were asked to display those as curated cars at Luftgekühlt at Bicester when it came over.
Yeah.
And we had them parked nose to nose.
Well, that was right when that year was my first year as a Porsche specialist, and so we brought Luftgekühlt to Bicester.
Yep.
We did the stripey car, and we did the 2-litre Cup. That was because I couldn't afford to advertise in print advertising, which is what people did, because it was thousands of pounds a month. So I thought, let's do some more creative stuff. So we did Paul Smith 2-litre and Luftgekühlt with Patrick Long, who we need to get back in a car because he raced at Goodwood.
Yeah,
and
but he was good.
He was, but we did the track walk, and Patrick's a super cool guy, but his eyes got a bit wider at the prospect of Goodwood, and he actually shared with David Danglard, who's racing here in the 15 car. So maybe one day we'll take all these little cars to America and do something over there. So
surely the next time we have a Rennsport, that's the time to do it.
Well, I went to the last Rennsport and I said,
we were doing the TV for it.
What a great race meeting.
Yeah.
Such a friendly paddock. Everyone talks to everyone, and cool cars, good driving, amazing circuit. Yeah, we would be all over that for sure.
That was what I can't believe I hadn't thought of that until today. When we knew you were coming to join us, James, I was thinking
I've done the last two Rennsports.
Rennsport, a 2-litre Cup race at Rennsport, because I think the amount of American drivers who would
of course
jump on board with that.
Particularly if you can get an hour and a half as we go back to green. And Kyle Tilley jumps away. He's off to Road America for the next round of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship on a plane, I think possibly even tonight, actually, heading away.
Yes,
they've established their historic business in the UK.
And that red car is Mark Doncier. He's come back out again.
That's good news. And being very respectful of his fellow competitors, staying out the way to let everybody go through, because he's a couple of laps down. And in fact, it's Jules who's taken over that car now.
16 minutes away from the pit window, where drivers can then come in to take their mandatory pit stop. Jürgen Rudolph has a little slide coming out of toes are there. I mean, you mentioned Patrick Long, James. To give us an impression of some of the other drivers that have taken part here at the elite level who have come and raced in Two Leader Cup in its history.
Oh man, now you put me on the spot. Well, I guess well, it's funny because for me, historic racers like Ollie Bryan, Andrew Smith, and so on, they are as good as anyone in these cars because they're mega drivers, fantastic car control. I guess the obvious one is Dario and Marino Franchitti, who came to race with Estoril last year, and it was a bit of a masterclass, to be honest. I've been around Goodwood with Dario in the Historica 64 car, and I thought that the third right-hander was a fourth gear corner, but apparently not. It's just a kind of lift and fifth, and in you go. It were yeah.
Oh my!
But I have a thing that whenever you get in a car with someone that good, I say, don't leave anything on the table. I want your best possible. And my God, it was awesome. Yeah, very impressive. Oh, cool. Let me think about other good drivers.
And don't drive for effect. Drive as you would drive.
Yeah.
I once sat in with Tiffany Dell at Brands. I'd met him a few years before at Le Mans, and I was doing some corporate work and ended up in a car with a bit of a sideways moment for the silver number 19 of Jose Visa, and just gets that sorted out. But
Kurt Leimer got him though, I think.
Yeah, I think Kurt Leimer did get him.
Yeah.
And I said to Tiff, never mind this getting it sideways and you going whoop, he would have loved this.
Yeah, no, he was cool there. But again, there's nowhere to hide in that. Yeah, absolutely. So we have Mark Webber. But I would say, Andrew Jordan and who would have been second? It might have been Seb. Those guys know these cars so well that they have a bit of an advantage. But yeah, to put one of the factory drivers of Lars Kern or someone, or Patrick or whoever would be really cool as well.
Has Tandy been in one? Has Nick Tandy been in one yet?
Talked to Nick Tandy when we launched the series, and at that point he said, "I'm not sure about historic racing yet." Because it was probably 2018. He's probably still racing prototypes, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So. Yeah. Darren Turner, who obviously is more associated with the British brand, has always wanted to come and race.
As you were once.
Yeah, exactly. And Darren and I owned a Ford Zodiac that we raced together, and so I'd love Darren to come and do it.
Darren would love this.
Yeah, no, he'd be all over it. He does do quite a lot of historic racing.
He's still got his Turner. Has Turner still got the Turner?
The Turner moved on. That was sold by Rory Henderson. So that has departed. I'm not sure what Darren's got. He's been racing a 1.5 litre pre-war car, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. Yes.
Romain Dumas would be fairly special in one of these.
That would be great.
Romain Dumas is special in anything. Somebody compared him the other day when we were talking about him on Twitter, X. He said he thinks he's one of the... It was Jochen, Frozen Speed, Jochen, the photographer. And he said, I think that Romain Dumas in the modern era is one of the most versatile ever, and basically was comparing him to a Vic Elford type of driver, and actually he's absolutely right, and that is high praise, because I think Vic Elford's probably one of the greatest all-rounders
I would
ever.
say probably my all-time Porsche hero. I would say that year when he did the Monty, did Daytona, he did Formula One, Le Mans. Extraordinary.
It seemed sometimes it was on consecutive weekends he was deliberately driving something different.
Yes, and they made that fantastic film, which you'll know the name of, Speed Merchants.
Speed Merchants is great.
Narrated by Vic in his laconic English way, a bit of Brian Redman, Mario Andretti.
Is that Michael Kaiser film? He wrote the French Kiss with Death, the Le Mans making of Le Mans book.
He raced the Toad Hall ST, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
It's really good. He wrote some great books, actually.
The movie was a Michael Kaiser movie, was it? Bradley says yes.
I've got it downloaded on my phone.
Once in a while, I surprise myself about what pops out of my head, and people say, you know a bit more about classics than you thought. The problem is it's not necessarily classics, it's just everything comes together. As we were saying to Mark, the man at the head of the series earlier on, history doesn't stop at any particular year, James.
No, and isn't it?
We move on.
It's brilliant, isn't it? If you come to this meeting, this is probably, you could race the 356, you could race a 911, you could race an ST, you could race an RSR, a 9.
Quite there yet, and by the way, track temperature's got up to 48 Celsius, 32 in the air. I think that'll be about as hot as we get. We're getting a little bit of overcast, and as soon as it gets overcast, that track temperature will start to fall again, even if the air temperature stays up. One of the things that I've noticed in my time with Classic events, and Joe and I have been involved in classic events for quite a long time, actually, either quietly or not so quietly.
Absolutely.
You know, in our case, is that we are seeing a younger audience drawn to it, a younger audience wanting to drive in it, and that's certainly true of this 2 Litre Cup.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if you look down the grid here, you know, Kyle's young, Alex in the 29 car is about 25. Kurt Leimer, probably 30.
He looks like a movie star.
Kurt,
yeah.
he rocks it. Absolutely. No.
Oh, look at this, though. This is absolutely what we want to see. David Danklard in that white, red and light blue car. And right behind, Alex van Herten.
No, I mean, that's great, isn't it? These three nose to tail. So I guess in front of them, the Colombians are doing a good job of clearing off slightly, aren't they? They've now got a 3 or 4 second gap over Jürgen, and then you've got these three going around together.
It doesn't seem to slow them down when they're fighting, and in fact, and you and I have talked about this before, James, getting these cars moving around is the way to drive them. If you're
100%. Driving
dead straight and all in line, you're probably leaving something on the table.
No, just go and watch some Seb Perez or Ollie Bryant on board, and they are properly moving around. It's a four-wheel drift, and given the reputation of the 911, and obviously, as we said earlier, they did extend the wheelbase to make them more stable, but they're beautiful. They're very, very flattering to drive once you feel what they're doing. But this Avon tyre, everyone's racing on the same tyre. We mandate 5 new tyres at the start of qualifying, so 4 on the car and a spare. And so everyone's got exactly the same, because we had some teams were buffing the tyre, some people weren't. So now everyone has exactly the same, and it does.
So you've got to start with them brand new at qualifying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which, it's close. But and then there was a theory: should you change it in the pit stop? The pit stop, the car's only stationary for 2 minutes, and people used to experiment with it.
Hello, let's close that door then, shall we, Jürgen? No.
Yeah, no weaving anywhere there. And but they're I guess all these guys. Well, Alex isn't quite in the championship because he didn't do Barcelona, but between these three, and at the moment the Orweiler are leading the championship. Nelson and Juan in the yellow car leading the Gent Championship from Jürgen and David. So pretty close stuff.
It's brilliant stuff. Absolutely great. The level of preparation, we were looking at them again. We had to walk past quite a lot of them in from the car park, and they are absolutely gorgeous. The proportions on the car before the extra couple of inches were put into them, it helps, I think. And again, we were talking about this, about iconic cars and iconic car shapes and brands. And you think of the Mini, the Mustang, that still continue to this day, but surely the grandfather of them all is the 911.
Yeah, totally, because things like the Mustang and the Mini kind of got a bit corrupted or went away and then came back, whereas the 911's longest probably production sports car ever, isn't it? And
stayed true to its original engineering design, which, as Bradders was saying earlier on, engine out over the back wheels, and still they're making it work. And when you think of the cars nowadays, the flat six, still emissions compliant. I get 40 miles to the gallon out of mine if I stay at 70 miles an hour on a run.
Stunning for
a 480 horsepower car, which is just incredible.
And it's practical, loads of space.
It's way more practical than people give it credit for. I really like this form of racing. Peter, are you a convert now?
I didn't need to be converted, that's for sure. I mean, when you watch, particularly here at Imola, you watch the cars. Right now, cars coming out of Aquamina Rally, big climb up there, and you also when they come out of Tosa, you can see the rear of the car. You can see the advantage of that rear engine over the rear, and you can see the car squatting, and the traction comes out, and you can see why Vic Elford was so persuasive with Husch von Hanstein to create a rally division, if you like, of the Porsche Motorsport department. And it was very, Husch von Hanstein said, well, we don't really have the budget for that, but we can maybe figure out a deal, and they did, and Vic proved very quickly that it was an excellent car for rallying. And before four-wheel drive came into World Rallying, you wanted to have a Porsche 911 because that rear engine traction was such an advantage, certainly on tarmac anyway.
Yeah, big wins on events like the Targa Florio and so on as well.
Yeah, when you think about it, 1973 and 911 wins overall against all the big sports prototypes.
That was extraordinary. That
Yeah.
of all the things that Porsche have done, that probably gets shuffled down a little bit. But when you look at the competition in 73, that was just remarkable. And we've still got a battle going on here. Kyle Tilley is not getting away from Christian Albrecht. It's still just on 2.5 seconds, and they're lap within a couple of tenths last time around. 2:18.5 from Kyle, Christian at 2:18.3 against their best laps of 18 flat for the both of them.
Yeah.
So that's the other thing. These Avon tyres are extremely durable and giving good performance, and we've been racing for half an hour already.
Yeah, no, they're a great tyre, and as we said, very, very level. And be interesting to see whether people are going to change in the pit stop. Some people did at Dijon, but you've got a lot more underload right-handers. For an anti-clockwise circuit, this has got a surprising number of right-hand corners, actually, because we were talking about it before the race. Oh, there's Mark. That's the other thing about this circuit, isn't it, which I'm sure you've observed, is the drop-off from the edge of the curb is huge.
Yes. Yeah.
But he's still
It's the coming back on that is the problem rather than the falling off. You've got to make sure that you don't rub the inside tyre wall against those crocodile curbs on the outside. And that is that.
These two are going hammer and tongs. There's Kyle pulled out 3/10 in the first sector, and now Christian's pulled it back in the middle sector. So he's done a great job, because he will get 20 seconds less pit stop.
Yeah.
So Seb will come out 20 seconds in theory ahead of Ollie, less the time difference between the two cars when they pit.
Yeah.
So, and I imagine, as you said, Peter, we are coming up to the window. Both of these will pit pretty close to the 35 minutes in.
Yeah, 4 minutes to go until that window opens. Era Motorsport versus Tuthill as well, in terms of getting the car in, getting out, no penalties. Every race we've seen, there's been at least one car get a pit stop penalty, so it happens regularly, so you want to avoid that.
It's not difficult. It's 2 minutes and 33 seconds pit in to pit out.
Complex than it sounds.
Well, standard, and then the additional handicaps.
Yeah.
That is I think that handicap system for the driver grading is a much more elegant solution than just rock aping, throwing extra ballast onto a car.
Me and Peter worked it out at the end, because in 2018 I had this observation that me and people like me would race for the bottom half of the top 10, and then the Smithies and Ollies of this world would be 1 or 2, 3 seconds a lap quicker than us, maybe 5 at a circuit like Spa. And so I thought we need to recognise that. And so me and Patrick looked at the results, and we wanted to just close it up, make it more interesting.
Yep.
We've had a couple of gentleman wins, but you know, when Richard Kurt Harvey Stanley won, it was more because there was a safety car that played out.
Yep.
And so that's obviously one of the things you look at is whether you go long in the race to take advantage of that. But yeah, we've got it wrong only once or twice, and in the early years there were really handy historic drivers coming in, people like Roger Wills and Patrick Blakeney Edwards, and I think we thought that they would just jump in and be massively rapid, and they weren't always, even though they were great drivers. So we err on the side of caution, I would say.
Well, I always say about 911 Cup cars, of whatever era, and I've been commentating and or watching 911 Cup since 993s, probably.
I drove. You would have watched 964, surely.
Yeah, I think I probably did.
It used to be on Motors TV, didn't it?
Yeah, that's right. I actually drove a 996 Cup car, which for 1 year in the UK, I tested it at Brands, and for 1 year was an ABS car, and that was when that was introduced as the 996. And what I've always said is, and we've always had guest drivers popping in, very good guest drivers, and there are some very good drivers who don't get on with Cup cars, with 911 Cup cars. And this, you and I have talked about the history of Cup before, Peter, and 1990 was it here? It started here.
No, that was Carrera Cup Deutschland at that point. I think Zolder was the first round.
Okay. So where was Super Cup? Super Cup would have been
Super Cup was 93, was the first year. And I can't remember the circuit.
And previously with 944 turbos. That was the first
in the
Cup series.
The Canadian Turbo Cup as well, the 944 Cup, and then the Turbo Cups in Canada was really interesting as well. Tell me something, James. The sound of a flat six is very, very distinctive, and particularly when you think of the air-cooled flat six of this era. But these cars seem to have an ever so slightly unique tone to them.
That's so obviously, as standard, they would have had a single exit exhaust. There is I think Jürgen might have it, and I think he's got the. We mandated that there was a certain type of exhaust, because the Solexes give you a flat spot. Between 3,000 and 4,000 you get a slight dip in the power, and there was an exhaust called the dual exhaust, which had a funny kink in it,
right,
and that got rid of the flat spot. But in the early years of 2 Litre Cup, people like to complain about stuff, and not everyone had a dual exhaust. Half the grid had a dual exhaust, so I would have let the other half invest in one rather than change it totally, but we didn't. We said, okay, we're going to mandate standard manifolds, which was fine. It was how Patrick and I worked it out at the time. Silencers had to be free, and therefore people evolved this crossover rear box, which sits inside more often than not. You can't see it. It depends who's made it. And so you get these 2 exhaust pipes or tailpipes at the rear corners of the car. It looks like Jürgen is really struggling out of this corner, isn't he? He's out of the chicane last time as well.
I think he might have just overheated the rears actually a little bit. He might need to just back off for a lap or two to try and get them back, because at the moment he's really struggling for traction from the middle of the corner out. And of course, then I say that he was just struggling a little bit.
It can also be that again, when the power comes in on the engine, and Jürgen is one of the fastest in the speed trap, so possibly he's got less bottom end than David and Alex behind him. But they're having
he's trimmed out the wings, hasn't he? Obviously.
Yes.
How do you trim out the wings? I fold in the mirrors on the doors. That's the air rule for you.
Window is open now, so if Jürgen's struggling with the overheating tyre, he can come in now.
And Kyle's pitted, but Christian hasn't.
Nah, interesting. So Kyle, elite driver class.
Yes.
Very interesting. Just as you were describing that, James, you could see with those 3 cars together, they all had slightly different exhaust designs.
Yeah, totally.
They've used freedom.
Yeah, no, spot on. So this is Ollie, 3 times champion, into the car. He makes a bit of a habit of this, of coming kind of from behind the other guys who have had shorter stops, but great stint by Kyle. And
there are tyres going on to the back of that car.
Yes.
Look at the level of
They'll swap one to the other side, I reckon.
Ah, right, I see.
I think the spare tyre on your 992 might be bigger than that.
I haven't got a spare tyre on the 992.
Oh, right.
You don't get that anymore. Right rear has gone away. Left rear has gone to right rear, I presume, and then there'll be a new tyre on the left rear.
Which is interesting, but I suppose what you're doing is you're putting a bedded-in tyre. I mean, ERA are pretty clever, so they may have already bedded the spare tyre, but otherwise you're putting a tyre that's nicely bedded in onto the right-hand side, which should be, on this circuit, the side that takes the most load.
Well, that's a great start from Kyle Tilley. He's out of the car now. Ollie Bryant about to take that car back out with a nice, gentle pit stop, remember.
And David's pitted as well, which is smart, because he was getting stuck behind Jürgen.
Yeah.
So he's, I think they call that the undercut in modern racing.
I'm never particularly happy with that. NB registration number on that car. FMB. MB is a Newcastle, an old Newcastle registration.
Isn't it the first 2 digits? So
no, second 2.
Is it?
Second, back in that way.
Okay.
Nowadays it's the first 2.
Okay, got you.
So anything with NB would have been Newcastle. GR and BR was Sunderland.
Yep.
UP was Durham.
Wow.
And LV was Liverpool.
Well, there were only 4 or 5 right-hand drive 911s in 65. So
really?
By 66, they're about another 25. And so, yeah, rare car.
So
in right-hand drive.
Rear deck open, because this is an air and oil-cooled car. And
I can hear Kyle shouting Revit.
Yeah, he was shouting Revit there. Just getting that extra bit of air in, even on my 993, when you're sitting in traffic. I don't like the look of the cars with the boot spoiler up, but if you're in traffic for any amount of time, you just push the button and lift it up. Joe Bradley is down there. Kyle Tilley is out of the car, and looks like he might have had a bit of an issue debriefing with his brother and the rest of the team. So we'll get down to Bradders in a second. Ooh, that sounded like a little run over the rumble strip there for Jose Visa. So let's head down to Joe Bradley. Kyle Tilley, comprehensive lead, but of course his co-driver has a little bit of a longer stop. Joe.
Kyle, a little bit more that went on there than I was expecting. The tyre, that was from the right rear, that was discarded.
That's normal. Yeah, with normal change the fully loaded tyre in these because they just don't hang on. But no, unfortunately, from the get-go, we've had a bit of a misfire. It won't rev from like 6 onwards, which is, it doesn't make any power there. So we're trying to drive the wheels off it to keep us in contention. Hope we could do something at the pit stop, but it all looked to be all right. So we shall see. Ollie's got the fun task now.
Well, if anyone can drive the wheels off it, Ollie Bryan can. These cars, you know, what are they like to actually run? I mean, you as the Era Motorsport team principal, are they relatively gentle on the pocket, etc., etc.? What are they like as a prep company to run? No, they're not.
No, they're
it's a Porsche. What am I saying?
It's you couldn't spend more money to go that slow if you tried.
Yeah, but they're wonderful to drive and watch.
They're wonderful to drive. They make an incredible noise, and you got plenty of time to have a think about things while you're driving. But no, they're brilliant fun. And this series is such a good series, but light on the pocket, they are not.
The driving style is pretty unique in these older 911s, aren't they? I mean, you drive all sorts of things, Kyle, but this is so different.
So I've never had a car which has challenged me as much as one of these. Right. So everyone looks at me strange when I say this, so bear with me. But a front-wheel drive guy would love one of these because you throw it, lift off to get it to rotate, then back on the power as soon as it starts to slide, put the weight back down on the rear, and that's how you drive it. So you drive it like a front-wheel drive car.
You make that sound so easy. When are you next off to the States then? It's Road America next, I believe.
Road America this coming weekend. So I'm here, then actually I'm going to have a few days in Italy to relax, and then straight to Road America for the next IMSA race.
The ever omnipresent Kyle Tilley. Kyle, I'll let you go and get cooled off in the shade. Thank you, Kyle.
We'll have coverage of that on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV next weekend. The irrepressible Kyle Tilley, who is such a character. In fact, actually, both brothers, great characters, and they've established a relatively quickly, actually, a really burgeoning business, James, down in the south of England.
Yeah, great team manager in Ross Kerr now as well. And,
yes.
Just lovely guys to deal with, very straightforward. Love their racing, I would say, actually, as you saw in the interview with Kyle. They're just passionate about it, so get on great in the paddock. And yeah, I remember he came in a couple of years ago, probably, with a Porsche and a DB4, and then has gone from there. But how many races has he done this weekend? 3 or 4?
Oh, easily.
Busy, yeah.
He has been. I mean, we have seen him jumping between 2 series when it's been possible, where the substantive team over here in Europe's been racing the Ferrari, the latest Ferrari GT3 car in a Creventic race, and then he's been back to do, I think he came back to do the Sunday races at Spa, didn't he, when that was the clash with Misano.
Right. Yeah, absolutely right. And because Ollie had to do the first 2 races this year on his own, which isn't great for Carl's prospects of winning the championship back-to-back. But Ollie's been a staple of the series, racing with Historica from the outset with Andrew Smith, and his record as a 3-time champion speaks for itself. He's just done the fastest lap of the race straight away, and purple sectors.
Fantastic from Alex van Herten as the blue and white number 29 goes hopping over the curbs. There's something about and he's into the pits now, there's something about the colourway of that car that if you just glance at it, it looks like a much more modern 911. And I don't know why, but that navy blue, I do have a thing, as Peter knows, for blue Porsches.
Yeah, it does work well on them, doesn't it? And a bit of blue on Philippe's car as well. And yeah, that was built. Oh, and Jürgen's slow.
It's Jürgen. And
disaster.
Now Jürgen's already been into the pits, so this is a second stop for the dark green with the yellow and red stripes. And that is not good.
Oh, what a shame.
Is that dead stick? It's hard to know.
Hard to tell whether he's coasting it back in or not. It looks like it's got some power, but that's a shame for Jürgen, because
he's going well.
He was going very well indeed. Yeah, right up there at the sharp end of the field. I mean, always look for the silver lining. He's like, go and get my 9:10. I've got a race coming up.
Well, he's
gets
waving.
a little bit of a rest. He can have a coffee before getting into his 9:10. You know, every cloud.
He was due to race on his own through this in that number 757.
But all I wonder is, he was waving his guys because he was running out of steam. So whether there's something they can do to fix in it, if once they get it back to their box with their tools, maybe there's just a problem in the car that is fixable. It's not.
Yeah, it is dead stick. Joe confirms it is dead stick. So my first instinct was right, and I mean, he can't. Do we need to fuel these cars for an hour and a half?
They've all got about a 100-litre fuel tank, and you put less than that in for 90 minutes. So yeah, no need for that, which makes them pretty simple, really. But he's got a great team, Carl Lock Racing, very, very famous German preparers. So he should be in good hands. Let's hope.
Also into the pits now. That's Timo Moll in the red car.
See the fan spinning round. So it's got going again.
Yeah, as reported by Joe, restart. I also love to see the fact, bring back rear and front quarter lights in cars, please, manufacturer. Both open there on Timo's car to get a bit of airflow through.
They're blooming hot inside these cars, and it does make
Even
a big
with the
difference.
rear engine.
You wouldn't believe it, they're baking inside. And
Really?
so you always race with it, and even if you're driving on the road, I'll open the rear windows. I'm not sure this one's got them open, but yeah, it has.
Yeah.
But and the other thing you can do is you can turn the quarter light beyond its normal position, so you channel air in.
All right, so yeah.
I think on rallies, they actually fix them in that position, so you just get fresh air the whole time.
Yeah.
Obviously, speed's less important. How's Ollie doing? Another fastest lap?
Seb Perez has just put the fastest lap of the race in, 2:17.912.
I think Ollie's done a 17.4.
17.4, yeah. So those two are battling it out.
And the gap, what's the gap look like?
Well, we're still waiting
10
for
seconds.
Juan Pablo Aurelia to come in, so he'll take the route. So Jürgen Rudolph has refired the 757. He's lost a lap. Meantime, tyre changes going on and another different exhaust configuration. Brand new tyre going on the right rear.
Sticker tyre for the number 55 machine of Philippe Decran.
Water for the driver. Oh, and air. Water and air cooled the driver. The car obviously.
Look at that. Well done, Duncan.
Air and oil cooled.
the Bosch air dryer.
Of course.
Yeah.
On brand.
Yeah, very on brand. Very on brand.
That won't break down anytime soon, will it?
No. That'll outlast all of us, that.
And there goes Dr. Zanquetta, our 72-year-old racer, come all the way from Buenos Aires to race in the 2-litre Cup.
Big respect.
So yeah, great chap.
He races with Jose,
man.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Jose's his friend. This is Jose Zanquetta's car, and he races with his friend Jose Vizir.
Yeah.
With run by the French team of Xavier Desraux.
Busy towards the end of the pit window, 7.5 minutes left. There's now Timo Moll, he is sharing, I'm pretty sure, wasn't he? He was certainly sharing in one of the previous races. Timo Moll.
Patrick Kolb.
Yes, of course. Yes, we talked about that earlier, didn't we? Yeah. So Patrick, very experienced driver. See him at the Nürburgring and in all sorts of different classic machinery with the Lion Speed team. They're quite a racing family, aren't they?
Oh, yeah.
The Kolbs. I mean, it's Vincent, Patrick's brother, racing. I mean, bear in mind, holding down a career in the investment world and racing at the top level in NLS and Nürburgring 24, shared with Frank Stippler for several years.
There's another driver I'd like to see in one of these. Stippy would be good in one of these.
My word, well, if the way he was driving that Alpha.
Yeah, I've always thought that. I remember his first time at Goodwood. Look at that. That's great. This is Juan Pablo in the car now, I think, who raced here in his RSR about 10 years ago. It's been going really well all weekend.
And how's it coming back? This classic series hasn't been here for a little while.
Yeah.
What's the... Now, it's a time of the year when some people are on holiday. I accept that, James. But what's been the feedback from your side of things?
No, someone, David Danglars, said to me just in the collecting area that he thinks after Spa it's probably the best circuit we've been to.
Yeah.
And
Definitely coming back, Mark said, on interview, so I'm not giving anything away.
No.
Committing to coming back here next year.
Yeah, he just told me that at lunchtime as well. So maybe we're a slightly less hot month, but I miss extraordinary, this place, isn't it? You drive through the town and there's so much atmosphere, and racing in Italy is just somehow slightly more I mean, I love Le Mans and Francophile, but Italy is just so passionate.
So I've been here for all kinds of contemporary racing down through the years, and I'd never been into the old city centre until Friday night, and we went up there, decided to go up there and just take potluck at a restaurant. What a beautiful city centre.
Yeah,
The 12th, 13th century, and any amount of family-run, small, not touristy at all.
Yeah.
You know, we were the only non-Italians in there when we went in. They absolutely looked after us. We kind of worked our way through the menu, well looked after, and absolutely superb. And what Mark was saying, the city wants to get more involved with this. The mayor is right into it.
Trattoria La Rosella was the name of the restaurant we went to.
Thanks. Now we're never going to get a table there again, are we? Because
They were already full. But
yeah, they were full on Friday night.
Yeah.
And they found a space for us before that.
Lovely ragu.
Everything was lovely.
Good job.
Yeah.
No, I think, as you rightly say, the grid has been smaller this weekend. It's actually been one of our best years in terms of grid size, with approaching 30 cars at Barcelona, Spa and Dijon. But with a Le Mans year, and it's the first time for a long time that we've had a race this late into the summer period. It's, you know, we talked to all the competitors, and there's a list of 20 regulars who aren't here because they're all on a German island or a Greek island or other sorts of jobs.
It's a shame we didn't have Tim Pappas here with Jeroen Blekemolen. Quite a combination between the two of them.
Well, Tim was entered and texted me during the week to say he's really sorry but he couldn't come, but he's been loving his racing with Peter Auto this year with the 993 GT2, and
that's a machine, isn't it?
It's really cool.
That is a rare of a rare one as well, isn't it? That one, the
actually
13.
No, it's a special car, but also I think having your own in the championship as well is for me fantastic. You know, double Super Cup champion, lovely guy out the car, and one of the very, very quickest we've had, I think.
Le Mans winner, of course, in the RS Spider.
Yeah,
with Van Merkstein. And Jos Verstappen.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah,
purple and white one.
The purple and white one. Yeah.
Oh, there's somebody else that we have to try and persuade into this. Jan Magnussen's here this weekend. He would absolutely lap this up.
He would. Yeah. He would. He joined us a couple of hours ago. Talked about Laguna 2009 and
I'll never forget that.
Between him and.
But I always think of Jan as a Corvette racer, is it more than anything? So would he have raced the 911?
That's he's raced 911s before.
Yeah,
he raced Scandinavian Carrera Cup for a while. Yeah. In fact, we're going to see him shortly in a Lola T70, which is quite a tantalising prospect.
Sharing with Chris Ward.
I think so.
That's not a bad combination, is it?
No, Wardy's a bit all right, isn't he?
He's quite good. Yeah, he used to race in the series as well, actually, with Steve Osborne, who we missed, but has gone on to race other cars.
Seb Perez is closing the gap here at the front of the field.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah, we've got one of the gentleman class drivers at the front of the field overall, Juan Pablo Oreja.
And that's how it's meant to work, and that's where this handicap pit stop really comes in, isn't it, Peter?
Definitely, and 3.3 seconds the gap now, and Seb is just wearing it down, like the number plate on the car as well, 77 Seb. And yeah, closing in. Seb was telling us about his plan for the end of the year. He's going to do the Roger Albert Clark Rally in a Lancia Stratos, which he did 2 years ago. Had a mechanical failure 10 miles before the end, but he's up for it this year.
Wow. That's proper commitment there.
That was a bit close to track limits there, I think.
They're very good on it in race control when I've been in there, and they look at all that stuff, but Seb is so spectacular in his rally cars, in the Stratos and the 911 that he rallies, and fantastic to see him. He's giving it absolute everything, isn't he?
What was he in this morning?
Ollie's just gone
sideways. The little Alpha. Yeah, he was. Now this will be a safety car immediately.
Oh, dear, oh dear.
Cedric Klausler
and Philippe de
Crane. They were battling for 4th and 5th in the gentleman class, but there's no way around that. The safety car will be coming out with 36 minutes to go.
Christmas Day for Ollie Bryant.
Did he need it? I'm not sure, but he was only 14 seconds away from the leader anyway.
It will certainly make the job a lot easier. Well, what this could mean is we could get a proper ding-dong battle for the win between Ollie Bryant and Seb Perez.
Yeah.
Because they're the two superstar drivers amongst the group, aren't they? Amongst good, I mean, all good drivers, but Seb and Ollie are the drivers that we've highlighted as the top guys. So with this safety car bunching everything up, we're going to get a little almost IMSA style, or indeed we get that in Carrera Cup races as well. So a safety car, that I think it'd be a fairly long safety car, because 2 cars to get recovered and sorted out, it would take a wee while.
And it's down at the bottom of, in between regatta 1 and 2. Somebody has lost it on the way in. One of those 2 cars has lost it on the way in. The witness marks through the gravel would suggest that there was a problem coming down through that little kink towards Regatta and then through the gravel and hit the other car. Now, which way round that is, I can't tell you.
There's front damage on the De Craan car, rear damage on Cedric's. Philippe's an unbelievably experienced driver, raced Porsches for 30 years. Client and friend of mine, I'm afraid. So, poor chap. That's horrible to see for both of them, really.
Pit window has closed, but everybody has done their stops.
Yeah.
What the problem? Strange time to ask, but what have these cars to fix? You know, some cars are very modular and you can click bits and pieces in and on and off. What do they like to repair?
Good question. I mean, the wing's easy, but if you've had a shunt like that, like obviously there's a very big shunt at Goodwood a couple of years ago, and you know, and a friend of ours crashed on Tour Auto into a wall, and then you've got a problem with the shell. So. Yeah, these metalwork guys are brilliant. They can pull a lot out, but it's let's see when we get them back. But yeah, I mean, it's easy to fix minor panel damage, but you know, there's a reason why some of these cars are built around 912s, or not many on this field, but traditionally that was the most cost-effective repair.
912s are getting a bit rare now as well. Alex Farbig at Porsche Classic, does he still have bits and pieces for this?
Oh yeah, no, I think there's more bits and pieces than ever there have been. I
was stunned. I interviewed him a couple of years ago when I was driving coast to coast across America, and we met at Gowden Porsche at Las Vegas, which was at that time the biggest of the classic centres for Porsche in the US before they opened their own at Atlanta, and he was telling me about the modular nature of their warehouse. James, thank you very much indeed. Lovely to see you. Will you come and back at Ricard?
Oh, 100%.
Will you bother Andrew and Bruce, please?
Yeah, no, and thanks guys for what you've done. Everybody is loving the YouTube feed. It's fantastic to have you guys commentating on it. It's brought the series to a new audience, and we're all very grateful to you for your hard work and your love, because that's what you do. So
well, it is very much a passion project for us. And let me know when you've got Stripey going, and we'll have a test at Silverstone.
Done.
Cheers, man. Good to see you, James. The good news is that both drivers are out of the car. There's a bit of bent metal, and there's a chat going on between the two drivers.
And some smiles.
I think that was either an outside influence, or they weren't that close together. They were together on the timing and scoring, but that looks to me as though that is one car losing it, and unfortunately the second car being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Good to see them both out and smiling. It's the main thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. 32 minutes then on the clock, which keeps ticking, and I think we're going to get a shootout here between Perez and Bryant when everything bunches up.
We need a classic Porsche safety car, don't we? What you need is a Porsche of about this era, maybe a bit later, but one of the ones that was either a Dutch or a German motorway police car with the rotating beacons on the roof.
I think, or maybe like a little 914-4.
914-4
would make a cool
with a light bar on it.
Yeah, make a cool little pace car.
Actually, that would be very good, because what you could do there is the Targa top. You could embed the light bar in the Targa top, and then just take the Targa top off and put a standard one back on. I like that.
Yeah,
that's good.
You're spending all of James's money. on a specific pace car.
I very nearly bought a 914.6 from Brumos a few years ago, and unfortunately the person whose car it was decided that against selling it. Well, actually not for them, because it was a lovely car and the interior was immaculate. I've always had a hankering for a 914, a mid-engine Porsche.
I've never done one. They have one at Tuthill with a 2.7 RS engine.
No way. I bet that's a little spicy.
And it's got some squirt.
Yes, I say.
It's got some poke.
The forerunner, I suppose, to the Boxster and the Cayman in terms of its layout.
In so many ways.
Yeah.
In so many ways.
And its philosophy as well.
Yes, and what strategically for the company and broadening the offering, if you like, of what the company gives. And yeah, you couldn't think of Porsche now without the Boxster and the Cayman. Because it's, I remember, really, I've been lucky enough to have a Boxster S, manual, great, a really good car. But a few years before, I was, just on the edge of being able to afford a brand new one. But 911, forget it. But a base Cayman, so close.
Such a good car.
Yeah, and it just broadens the entry into the brand.
Well, as you know, the responsible adult, our boss, all of our bosses, has 2015, what was meant to be the last of the 6-cylinder Boxsters, 270 brake, manual, just a 2.7, 24 valve, and honestly, it's such a good chassis.
Yeah.
And I've driven a 4-litre, and so I know it can handle another 150 odd horsepower, even with the soft top. But it's such a stiff platform. It's really enjoyable and rewarding to drive. It probably is the best riding of the Porsches we have, in terms of being comfortable but still giving you enough grip to have some fun when spirited driving is either required or allowed. And it's just a lovely concept. And if you go back to the 986, which was the first of the Boxsters, there's a lot of 911 in that car. So all the front subframe was from the equivalent 911 of that period. A couple of drivers just joining onto the back of the safety car train at speed here,
which is in at the end of the lap. So
yeah. So here's the shootout. So I tell you what, that's really rapid work by the track services and recovery to get those two cars, which I presume they were lifted rather than towed. And so we're at the Variante Gresini now. And if you're just joining us and saying it's the Variante Alta, it has been renamed in honour of Fausto Gresini, the man who gave his name to the Gresini motorcycle team. His wife kept it running after his death during COVID, much to the joy, I think, of everybody in motorcycling paddocks around the world. And very appropriate here at Imola, which is a fine motorcycle circuit, and indeed started life as a motorcycle circuit. 82, just off the back a little bit, is Timo Moll. As we come back to the restart with, shall we call that 27 minutes, Peter, to go?
I think so, yeah. So game on then. Seb Perez has got to get on with this quickly, because Ollie Bryant will be on the case, and he straight away manages to get past as loss of power there by the looks of things.
Yeah, I think there's a problem for that. Is awful news. Juan Pablo Aurelia, who was leading the gentleman's class and leading the race, has not got back up to speed after the restart. I thought for a moment he was just letting the two elite drivers through, but he's dropping rather quickly in that number 10, and in fact he's stopping. He's stopping.
What a shame there.
I wonder if going slowly in the heat hasn't mixed well with that Northern Ireland registered car or number plate car.
It's such a shame for Juan Pablo Orjuela. Oh, straight away to the...
Now, does he think he knows what it is? Has something rattled loose? Is it a plug lead or something like that? Yes.
Well, this
this is outstanding. This is outstanding. If he can get this going again. He's there. The car's restarted. I can see the windows rattling, but he's having to put his belts on.
Off he goes.
And he's away.
That's old school, isn't it? Quick fix, back in the car, off he goes.
Come on, come on, come on. Is it? No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
So Seb Perez trying to make a break for it now as David Dangland has moved up into second place in the Brumos-ish colour scheme. Oliver Bryant in third.
Yes. Yes. And down at Villeneuve, that number 10 car's moving again. And that is up to pace. That is... Hang on. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Sounds pretty sweet. Yeah. So
that's a good spot by you on the engine noise, by the way. It's just got a slightly
different, isn't it?
Sort of slightly flatter note. Considering it's only a 2 litre.
Yeah, and it's slightly different from car to car, as James described. That they can change the manifold is one of the open parts that you can play about with. So you know that's what the teams are going to be poring over all the time to try and get the best solution. And exhaust and technology is so important.
Well, when you've got a carburettor, and particularly a carburettor from this era, and things like the back pressure on the front that the exhaust creates from the silencer and the muffler can be so important to how the engine breathes and how the gases come out, to make it breathe a little easier. And it, as James was describing it, the new manifolds sorted out the flat spot, and then the muffler is free.
Ollie Bryant's got through. He's got free. So it's now 2.6 seconds the gap between Seb Perez and Ollie Bryant here at the front of the field. So can Ollie Bryant get onto the case of Seb Perez? 23 minutes to go.
Settle down with your favourite beverage and some popcorn, I would say, at this point, because this is going to be an edge of the seat thriller as the red and cream number 60 of Ollie Bryant driving, having taken over the car from Kyle Tilley. Now they're running in the elite class, so they've got handicaps for both drivers. Seb Perez, an elite driver, but took over from a gentleman driver, so had slightly less of a penalty, or a what's the word? An adjustment, a handicap, if you will. Handicap, I think, is the right way to describe it, to keep everybody in the race.
It's a great way to do it. It's an excellent, very simple as well. It's very, very easy to figure out. You get it served in the pit stop, which you're doing anyway. So gap is actually just crept out back a little bit again, as Ollie Bryant is just set. Oh, he holds the fastest lap of the race to a 2:16. In fact, he's just set it. There you go. 2:16.9 for Perez, then immediately usurped for 2:16.6 for Bryant. So now they've both just pulled the pin, haven't they?
Yeah.
But the gap is now down to 2.3 seconds. So Bryant is on the charge.
And a little bit of traffic there, slowing down David Danglard.
That's for position.
Yeah.
So Alex Van Houten has gone through into the podium positions past Danglard, and that is, of course, for the lead in class as well.
Good point. Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh, thank you to James Turner for being in the booth with us. His enthusiasm is unbounded, isn't it?
He's a proper Porsche man, for sure.
I did have a Paul Smith suit once. It wasn't made to measure, but it still made me feel like about $1 million every time I put it on. And it had the stripy lining. I literally wore it till it fell apart. It was fantastic. In fact, I wore the jacket a long time after the trousers were worn through.
I like that there's a Paul Smith car out there. That's very cool, Stripey. So hopefully we'll see Stripey out at the next round. Whoa, big slide there from Alex van Houten in the blue number 29 machine. But a gap at the front. Seb Perez has responded here to Ollie Bryant. Here, it's got a higher pitch shriek, the sound of that. It's quite different to what you'd expect of a 1960s air-cooled 911. It's much deeper, kind of thud.
Yeah, exactly.
It's more shrieky. It's very interesting.
Don't forget that Ollie Bryant's car, the number 60 car, Kyle Tilley told Joe that car wasn't revving over 6,000 revs very easily, and they should be revving to about 7.2, 7.5 in the engine build configuration that they've got. They'd have revs around about 6.8, 7, I would guess, in period, maybe. Still 2 seconds at the front of the field. The
coming down.
Two pros are trading tenths of seconds and fractions of tenths, though, Peter.
Yeah, that lap, it was again in the favour of Bryant, and another fastest lap of the race there. So they are playing for keeps at the front, are Seb Perez and Ollie Bryant. You wonder if that lack of revs that we sort of overheard on the mic before Kyle Tilley was saying, how much is that holding them back? It could well be losing them a little bit of power. So at the moment you've got Ollie Bryant quickest in the race in sector 1 and sector 3, and in the middle it's Seb Perez, interestingly. So that's where they're earning their time, if you like, with their best time through. Sector 1 is more or less from start finish through Tamburello into the braking zone of Villeneuve. So that's you would argue that's a straight line speed sector, as good as you're going to get here at Imola anyway, and that's where Ollie Bryant is quickest. So the car looks to be performing okay in terms of straight line speed. And now Alex van Houten pulling away in the podium position there from David Danglard, who absolutely loving it here at Imola, thoroughly enjoying the circuit. Many of the drivers have commented on how much they've enjoyed driving here at Imola.
And if you weren't with us earlier on, we had our chief executive, for want of a better word, of Patrick Peter now. Mark was in the studio with us, and quite happy to say we will be back here next year.
I think it's a brilliant place to come to. I mean, I think it's in a way it's a pilgrimage you've got to make as a motor racing fan. I think for so many reasons. There's so much history weaved into this facility since the first foundations were laid back in 1950, with Enzo Ferrari himself present. So very much their local track, I guess. Just down the road, of course, where Ferraris are built.
About 45 minutes, an hour away, maybe a little bit more. Other side of Bologna. Lamborghini round the corner.
Yeah, very much local track of Lamborghini for sure.
Minardi, Faenza down the road, which is now Racing Bulls, of course. Originally called the Dino Ferrari, well, originally called Autodromo di Imola. Then Dino Ferrari's name was added to it in his honour, and then after Enzo's death in 1988.
So Dino's name was added to it in 1970, and then 88 for Enzo.
Yeah.
There is a poster in the corridor for the 1982 Grand Prix here, San Marino Grand Prix.
Yeah.
And that was such a significant race. The Villeneuve-Peroni thing came to a head, where there was only the constructors, the manufacturers, that actually took part. The privateers boycotted the race, and Villeneuve, went to his grave with the saying that there was
the belief that the gentleman's agreement had been broken.
There was agreement between him and Pironi that whoever led at a certain point, and the footage is, when you look back, the swapping positions turned out for real, and Villeneuve went on so inflamed, he was so put out by Pironi's attitude that he...
Big lock up by Seb at the front of the field. Come back to Joe Story in a moment. It's come down to just on 2 seconds the lead now, and I suspect that will be even a little bit closer. Go ahead, Joe.
They went to Zolder for the next race, and it's turned into a legend that Villeneuve couldn't hack the fact that Pironi was quicker than him in the first qualifying session on the Saturday, went out to try and beat the time, and he had this horrific crash, which took his life. And the Imola legend then, was added to with the death of Ayrton Senna here in '94, and there's so much rich history of not just Formula One, but sports cars. And the area, you fly into Bologna Airport for here, Misano, Mugello. You could even fly here for Monza, I suppose, if you didn't want to hit the Milan airport.
Yeah, true. 2 fastest laps for the 2 leading drivers. So Seb Perez across the line, despite making a mistake, 2:16.606. Then Ollie Bryan, 2:16.058. The gap is 1.5 seconds. We have 15 minutes to go. The registration number, and I don't know if Bradley heard this earlier on, FMB on that car. MB was an old Newcastle number.
Yeah, the fact that you can... I was standing there in the pit lane just thinking, what a freak. He knows all of these...
I had to check it. I had to make sure.
No, not that. The fact that you remember all of your car registration numbers.
Oh, okay.
That's what I mean.
I thought he was going to read them all out at one point.
I think
He can. He does, at least. Not all of mine.
He can. A lot of them were written off.
Not me dad. Well, some of my dad's were.
Not yours, I mean.
Not his fault, in fairness.
No. Well, he would let his son drive.
KPT here 26T was
off
written
again.
off.
Ollie Bryant loses 0.2 of a second in that middle sector. That's where Perez is strongest, actually. He's been quickest through that sector, but then Bryant brings it back again. So it's just stealing back and forth over the course of the lap. But over the last 3-4 laps, every single time, Bryant's been chipping away at that lead, so it's been getting closer and closer and closer. Seb Perez, who mentioned he used to race Carrera Cup stuff here, so we get Super Cup, Carrera Cup stuff, and he says you're monstering the curbs, you're really going for it. But
well, he hits the Tamburello curb and the Villeneuve curb. This one, actually, that's at the bottom of Rivazza. Wait till you see him going through the first couple of chicanes side by side, and this is for the lead in the gentleman category. Alex Van Houten and David Danglard absolutely together as they came across the line.
They got it all wrong. Unfortunately, Alex Van Houten got it all wrong on the way into Rivazza. They're now side-by-side drag race down the front stretch towards Tamburello. Who's going to be bravest on the brakes?
Oh, I think they touched. I think there was a little side-by-side contact there, and through goes the lighter coloured car. So Danglard has the lead of the gentleman class and over Van Houten.
And an overall podium position as well. Van Houten gets it really sideways as well. The body language of these cars is
brilliant, isn't it?
Oh, it's beautiful. Just a joy to follow.
You've got to be very at ease with the car in a full-wheel drift. And just and the way that the cars are drifting, the drivers really know these cars because they're just drifting them out the outer curb, and they're committed at the apex. They're not just deliberately driving out to those curbs. That is a momentum thing.
Yeah. From the moment you turn in,
that's it.
Your exit point is defined.
That's your plan laid out. You can't change. You can't deviate. You are going to. That momentum is going to take you. The speed that you're carrying at that apex onto the exit of the corner. That is where you are going. And if you've gone in a little bit too hard, a little bit too fast, you are going to go over the curb.
They're even drifting through there.
Through the Acqua Minerale,
into the first part of Acqua Minerale, and then gather it all. It's about the speed through the middle of the corner, minimum corner speed, and you want to carry as much as you can in these cars. Although I was actually surprised to find out that they've got nearly 200 horsepower now. As the road cars of that era would have had 135, 140 horsepower, 150 for the S, I think. And to wring that extra performance out of the engine, it's pretty impressive. Down to Ravazza again.
This is where it went wrong for Van Houten. Last lap, just got it in a little bit hot there. Must be so easy to overdrive these cars as well and try and balance being aggressive enough and not overdriving too. And the gap at the front is only in fact, 9/10 of a second.
Yeah.
So Bryant is getting closer and closer with only 10 minutes to go. But I mean, you can be sure that Perez is going to fight with all he's got to hang on and win this race here at Imola.
Danglard's just put his fastest lap of the race in, an 18.8, and he pulls out nearly 7/10 then on the former leader of the gentleman class.
Bryant's in DRS race. Oh, sorry, no, this is proper racing, pure racing.
I don't know if you heard earlier on when I said to James, I think he's running a different aero package. He's trimmed the wings out, and James was laughing, and I said, your aero package here is folding the door mirrors back to the windows.
Interesting what Jim said about the rear quarter windows being left open as well to get the air out of the car.
Yeah, I'm not having that in a package like this. I'm going to sweat. I'm not going to open those quarter lights.
I know they've gone. The 29 car has gone for just the one quarter light window open.
Oh, the opposite side to the driver. Yeah.
So under 9.5 minutes to go, and Perez has responded a little with 1.1 seconds the difference now, so it's just trading back and forward. Perez that's in the middle sector. It's always the middle sector where Perez is quicker, but it's sector 1 and 3 where Bryant is quicker. So keep a watch on that. If they do get closer and it turns into a proper last lap dogfight.
Remember, this is the battle for third place on the overall podium, but it is also the battle for the win in the gentlemen-only class.
They will have their own class podium as well, of course.
Yeah.
So there's been a
brilliant
top step for
third place, and this is a great result for Timo Moll in third position. I think that's Timo's best result of the year. I'm sure Joe will check that before the podium. Sorry, I cannot help but giggle at Ravazza 1 at how Alex Van Houten comes through it, because he's turning the car in and it's just rotating around the front wheels. It's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, that was where it went wrong, and that corner just overdid it slightly. He's trying to. He was. It's
sort of good exit
there. Yeah, very good out of Ravazza 2. As here comes Alex Van Houten. Then can he showing himself large in the mirrors, hits the brakes, long braking zone.
Defensive by the driver in front there, David Danglard.
Yeah, in the white and blue and red Brumos-ish machine, which he shared with Patrick Long at Goodwood. What a cool experience to share with a former Porsche factory driver.
That 15 looks like it should be on one of those big period A1 Porsche posters, doesn't it?
They all do, I have to say. There's some great livery work.
It's just that colour in particular. There was quite a lot of them on those posters in period with that tricolour style.
I think the number 29 of Alex Van Houten could have been an Ecurie Cost car, actually.
You're claiming that one again,
yeah, I'm going to. Yeah.
It could be French blue, of course.
Also,
I think it's a bit too dark for French blue.
Yeah, it is a bit. Yeah, you're right.
So it's Scottish. Very close to Ecurie Cost blue. Be a good addition to the stable.
Is that Bradley Mackay Racing?
Bradley Mackay Racing.
I've got one of these as well.
Yeah. What? Two.
What
are you going to drive if we're only getting one?
True. Yeah. Well, so you having a co driver then?
I drive on his own.
I'm going to have Marine.
For an hour and a half.
I'd have a word with Nick Tandy.
Oh no!
By the time we win the lottery, Nick Tandy will be ready to race historics.
By the time you win the lottery, Felix Tandy might be ready to race this.
I might have to sponsor Felix, mightn't I?
I think so.
6.5 minutes to go. Bradley's on his way to the podium and buy some more lottery tickets. Ollie Bryant's just improved the fastest lap, and it's down to 0.7 of a second at the front of the field for the overall. This is the gap, about the same. 0.6 of a second across the line as they come to it now. David Danglard in the white, red and blue car, and in the dark blue with the white stripes, Alex Van Houten. Juan Pablo Aurelia is now up into third, just one. Now, what happened to Timo Moll? Timo Moll last time around with a 2:27. That's a little bit slow for him.
Whoa!
Oh, they've come together.
Van Houter's off at Ravazza, at Tamburello, and he's got the rear wheels into the gravel. Can he get out the car going and go, yep, no problem?
He just stalled it, I think. Now watch for the next car coming through. Watch for Juan Pablo Aurelia, because it would be a battle for position. How shiny is that blue paint? It's incredible. That is not... No, that is Jürgen Rudolph, who's a lap down. So, from the middle of the road... I don't think there was any contact there. And in fact, I'm sure there wasn't. David Danglard left room up on the inside.
Not quite sure how. Luck, maybe. Wow. Yeah, David Danglard will be breathing a sigh of relief there, and also will be able to try and coast it home. So we now put our attention straight to the front of the field then. The 177 of Seb Perez, 0.6 away from Oliver Bryant, who's right behind him, second place. So Perez versus Bryant for the overall victory. This is going to be a proper battle. It's just been, Ollie Bryant's just been chipping away at it. He's now got into the 2:15s in that number.
And there's 16. The gap.
That's it. You don't
under half a second.
So really close then between those two, Perez and Bryant. Bryant just been chipping away at it and just got under the 2:16 in that red and yellow, or red and cream machine. It's got a bit of the tonic tea cake wrapper to it, the front of that. And
Seb Perez, his fastest lap of the race, 2:16.0, but the first 2:15 for Ollie Bryant, and he's going to be right there. 2:15.7 for Bryant as he drifts the car under perfect control. And this is what we were hoping for. We're going to get a couple of laps of this. It will be the last lap next time around, Peter. So there's this lap and the next one. Traffic ahead of the leaders. And
yeah, this could really hurt Seb Perez here. Oh, he's just
Jose Ruben Zanchetta, who's trying to stay out of the way. Can he stay out of the way for both of them at Tosa? Yes, he can.
Oh, and Seb Perez going to maybe... Oh, no, he's not getting a chance to get through too easily then on that number 19 machine.
Yeah, little dab on the brakes by Jose Ruben. That was nice. He let the leaders go. Seb managed to get a pretty decent line. Wow.
This is the shootout that we thought we'd get. When that safety car came out, it brought Ollie Bryant back into the mix, and I think without that safety car he didn't have enough of a pace advantage to run Seb Perez down, but he's just chipped away at 10th by 10th. A little bit of a loss of time there for Perez, as Bryant now right on his case as they come up towards the Varianta Gresini. And Perez having to just go a little bit tighter in there. Oh, monstering the Carrera Cup style.
Rally driver style.
Yeah.
So, where is the opportunity for Ollie Bryant? These two drivers so evenly matched down to Ravazza.
Well, it is a notoriously difficult circuit to overtake here at Imola.
Have you noticed that Seb's car picks up the inside front wheel a lot more than the red and cream car of Ollie behind? So that there might be a slight setup difference. What I can't work out right now is what advantage or disadvantage that gives, because their lap times are so even. Now they're together, 17.2, 6.9, 17.2, 3.4, but the slipstream effect does have given a little bit of an advantage to the following car, and Ollie Bryant, very neat and tidy, takes nowhere near the curb through the first part of Chambarello as Seb Perez does, and now towards towards Villeneuve.
I wonder, there's a great point about the setup. I wonder if the Tuthill team that set up Seb Perez's car, whether they have more of a kind of rally view of things, of how they set up a 911, which is what their background is, and Aero Motorsport more of a track background. I mean, possibly not. But
Is the over and under here? Seb, that's great driving by Seb. He just parked the car in the corner, and now he sweeps across to the left-hand side. Very defensive. But Ollie in the right hand, on the right-hand side with the red car, kept his foot in, swung back to the right. He's got half a car ahead, maybe, as they go into the chicane, and he's gone round the outside. That is absolutely outstanding. Brilliant stuff. As they come to Aqua Minerale now. Oh, that was just absolutely superb, Peter. Refused to give up on that opportunity, got a good run into Tosa, and even though Seb moved to the middle of the road, he just flicked to the right, almost as if he expected that to happen.
Well, Seb Perez, he tried everything he could to...
He's not giving up.
No, he's not, to keep Bryant at bay, but that was an amazing piece of driving from Ollie Bryant to be able to maintain, because these are momentum cars, they don't have huge horsepower, to be able to maintain the momentum and get round. Very, very difficult.
It's not over.
No, it isn't. Definitely not. Definitely not. But we're now into the part of the circuit where Bryant has been quicker. He's been quicker in sector, well, actually, interestingly, it's switched around now. Bryant quicker in sector 2 and 3, and it's sector 1 where Perez is fast. But
oh, that's going to hurt Seb. That's going to massively hurt Seb. Where's he gone? Did Seb go through? There he is.
Checker flag. That's it. That's it then. Ollie Bryant wins it on the last lap then.
What a race.
Wow-wee. Wow-wee, that safety car really helped a pat on the roof there for Ollie Bryant, and Seb Perez, wow, 1 lap shorter, and he'd got it home. Oh, that'll sting. That will sting. It wasn't as if he made any mistakes, as Bryant was just sublime on that last lap there. And in the gentleman class, it's going to be the number 15 of David Danglars.
Brilliant stuff. 40 his way through, past Alex Van Houten. Juan Pablo Rea in 3rd place, ahead of Timo Moll. Yeah, Timo's car just losing a bit of pace towards the end, but he'll be relatively pleased. Was in the podium position for a while. So the 1965 Newcastle registration, FNB 234C.
And isn't it ironic that it's red?
It's red and white, yeah. Like all of the northeast at the moment.
Ah, dear. Great drive from Ollie Bryant, and indeed from Kyle Tilley, who had to take the brunt of it at the front as well. Take absolutely nothing away from him. Quite a duo they are. But of course, still a class win for Seb Perez in the gentleman and elite class, but he definitely would have wanted the overall there. I noticed that on the stripe, where you would normally say Porsche, it's got Franklin and Sons, which is one of the family's drinks brands. I think they're mixers, actually, tonics and things like that. Quite a cool way to incorporate it into these classic liveries.
So the winning car was first registered on the 31st of December 1965.
No way.
Yeah, absolutely. It was registered in Newcastle, and the
that's amazing.
Car itself.
So it's so that's interesting. It's now left-hand drive.
Yeah,
it's been rebuilt into left-hand drive.
Well, it might have been registered as a left-hand drive car. There were very few right-hand drive Porsches in those days.
So so there wasn't as if there was 23 in the UK. It was like there was 23 right-hand drive.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, I've got you. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, coming up next, we've got more. The action and the fun just keeps coming here at the Peter Otto Imola-Classic. Classic Endurance Racing 1 is your next race, their penultimate race of the weekend, and some of the cars on the entry list for this are very special indeed, as Ollie Bryant brings the new the northeast of England, the new era motorsport,
the Sunderland Stripe Newcastle registered Porsche.
Yes.
So if it had a BR registration, that would have been even better. FBR, because that would have been a Sunderland. There's a bit of joy there.
Has Ollie Bryant got a bit of tartan on his helmet there? Or am I imagining things?
You see everything with tartan glasses on.
There's definitely a Union Jack, that's for sure.
What a run as well for the third place car that wins the gentleman class as well. A pass on the last lap to win the Porsche 2 Litre Cup for Ollie Bryant and Kyle Tilley. Our penultimate race of the weekend in what has been an enthralling day and a half for us of coverage. Quick opportunity to say thank you again to our camera operators and production team here at Imola. Well, thank you very much indeed for you and your team working very, very hard in difficult conditions of heat and damp at various stages over the weekend. The Classic Endurance Racing 1 grid brings together sports prototypes, a couple of GTs in here as well, of a really golden age of motorsport. We are talking about 1966 to 1974. A time when endurance racing was on one of its very big highs. when you think of Ferrari 512s, Porsche 910s, Jackie Hicks, Henri Pescarolo, Gerard Larousse. 24 Hours of Le Mans was the big race, of course, but they visited the great circuits of Europe, including here.
Including here, and, you know, places that weren't permanent race, many that weren't permanent race circuits. You've got Spa, the road circuit, the Targa Florio, and many of them here this weekend. I mean, some cars with amazing histories behind it. You know, the Jürgen Rudolph, who's literally just jumped out of his Porsche 2-litre Cup car into a Porsche 910, chassis 910 005, a car that raced here at Imola in the 500-kilometre race back in 1968.
And he starts 22nd overall and 10th in class in a 33-car field, which hopefully includes Philippe Siffert in the number 1 over 2-litre prototype Porsche 917 short tail car from 1970. And if you think the name Siffert and 917K Kurtzek short tail go together, it does, and particularly with this car.
Yes, this is hopefully we're going to see it out there. We've had a good look at it in the paddock. It's, to be quite simple about it, it's one of the most significant racing cars ever built. This is Porsche 917 chassis 29, which was debuted at the Buenos Aires 1000 kilometers in 1971 by Joe Siffert, and then a new signing at Porsche, Derek Bell, and they won straight away. And the car set the pole position time at the Spa 1000 kilometers at an average of 160 miles an hour.
Yeah,
that is how fearsome that car was, and also how the Spa road circuit was. And it is that car, chassis 29. It didn't run in qualifying, unfortunately. I'm keeping everything crossed that we're going to see those. I just absolutely, you know, iconic colours in the Gulf, JW Engineering colours coming onto the grid.
John Wyatt, Automotive, and just synonymous with Porsches at that period.
Wasn't a happy marriage, though.
No,
not at all. In fact, it was John Wyatt's team. They were approached by Rico Steinemann of Porsche. They went into their motorhome at Sebring in 1969 and wanted them to come and run the Porsche 917s. They didn't want to run a works team, and they were promised that they would be the only team. And then at the first race, Porsche Salzburg turned up, which was effectively a works team.
That was the red and white car, with the pinstripes, as we see on a very similar colour scheme nowadays on the 963s.
That's right, yeah. So, and Piech, Dr. Ferdinand Piech, who was head of the competition department at the time, admitted that he did it to play off his own people. Of course. Them. Amazing.
A tactic that was used many times down through the years with either teams or drivers. So Frank Williams did exactly the same thing. Front row, two Lola T70s. Jan Magnussen on pole position in the number 70 car, the darker of the two cars. And on the left-hand side of the grid, as we look back towards it, drivers right nearest the pit wall, is Jan Magnussen in the
Lola T70.
Yeah, the T70. He's in the darker one on pole position away from the pit wall. Closest to the pit wall is Emil Breitmeyer in the number 124, the bright yellow car. I got myself confused there about which way around the Paul sitter was, but I knew that was Jan Magnussen's helmet I could see. Had a chat with Jan earlier on, both in the booth and outside. He knows that this is hard to get a result here. He's driving the first part of the race, 3-minute board just been shown, and so he's got to get the hammer down, because he's got a handicap pit stop time before he hands that car over. And any form of safety car in the first half of this 1 hour race is bad news. Second row, Armand Mille in the black and silver as the national anthem of the United Kingdom rings out for Kyle Tilley and Ollie Bryant in the previous race. So that's another T70 Mark 3B.
Yeah, which was a car, you know, we mentioned the 917. The Lola T70 was if you weren't a works Porsche driver or a works Ferrari driver, that was what you went for, basically.
Yeah.
And you had a big old Chevy V8 in it, which was a great way of getting a lot of horsepower. Wasn't quite to the power levels of the Ferrari or the Porsche, but was a seriously impressive car.
I think Jamie Constable is... No, Jamie Constable will be on the other side of the grid, won't he? No, I don't think the Jamie Constable car's there, actually, if that is the grid.
There's a few gaps, unfortunately. The grid already being cleared.
That's Rory Jack in the red and white car. But as you say, there's some gaps towards the front on the pole side of the grid, on the odd side of the grid. Is Kyle Tilley there in the Lola T210? Right, let's see as they roll by. The BMW will take them on the formation lap. So Magnussen and Breitmeyer are there on the front row. The number 99 being pushed back is one of the one of the over 2 litre class cars. That's Nick Chester in the T. No, that wasn't a T70. So that's a change.
Yep, it is. It is.
Problems with that car early on. Now, what we're waiting for, hopefully, is to see right at the back of the grid whether there's a 917K there, and I don't think there is.
Well, we do have the very next best thing, which is chassis number 1 of the Porsche 908-3. Chassis number 2, excuse me. Porsche 908-3, a car that was built at the same time as the 917 to actually be better than the 917 on tracks like the Nürburgring and the Targa Florio.
Yeah.
Now, how good a car does it have to be better than a 917? But that's exactly what the 908-3 was, and that car driven by Enrique Kimperlem.
That's Jamie Constable. That's the car that was missing, the dark blue Chevron B19. That's a shame. It sounded like that car didn't have any fire. Also, did you see Kyle Tilley go through?
Not sure.
In the T210, the 180? That is... It's the white car with the red stripe, isn't it? Yes, it is. There it is. So sadly, Peter, I don't think we've got the Sifet 917K. It's a couple of times it's been at the track and hasn't been able to race.
Yeah, it's a highly precious machine, highly strung, and yeah, it can, you know, it's a difficult car to run, I'm sure, and understandable. Sometimes you can get problems that creep up, but I'm really interested to watch that Porsche 908-3, the number 40. Actually, I was right the first time. It is chassis number 1. Peter Vergelli. I'm thinking.
I thought you said that earlier in the weekend, actually, but I wasn't going to correct you.
Because it's the initial test and development car, and quite unusual to see a Porsche 908-3 with lights on it. Normally they have that smooth over bodywork. It's got a flat 8 engine in it.
Flat 8. That is the pole sitter in the sub 2 litre class, except it isn't, because it's sitting in the pit lane for Jamie Constable. So that promotes Kyle Tilley in the 210 into pole for that class, and I still didn't see whether it was there. I thought there was 2 cars missing, so I think Scooter Gable might be missing as well in the T70 number 60, but we'll keep an eye open for that, because there was definitely 2 cars missing on the pit wall side of things. Scooter Gable's car is the bright yellow Mark 3B Lola, and Carlos de Quesada car, and that's not there. That isn't there. Now, where's Kyle? Is Kyle Tilley there? I think he is. I think that's him in the red and white car 1, 2, 3, 4 rows back. Is that the Tilley car? Number 180.
No, he is running he's swapped what car he was entered under. Yeah, so he's got a Chevron rather than the Lola.
Right.
If my memory serves, the other way around, I can't remember. So the car he was initially going to is still back in the workshop. So that might be why.
Right. 1 hour on the clock. Jan Magnussen, Emil Breitmeier. Bring them together with the gaps left, which I think there's only one gap there. My apologies, Scooter Gable is there. No, there's not, you know, there are 2 gaps. All right, let's see as they go across the line. Magnussen, Breitmeier, Armand Mill, Constable isn't there. He's in the pit lane, so they'll drop down. So Charlie Hyatt moves up. Yeah, and Scooter Gable wasn't there. Kyle Tilley is in the 180, but there were 2 cars missing, and there were the 2 cars that I thought they were. Rory Jack and Patrick Jack following through. So Kyle Tilley inherited the pole position for the sub 2 litre category in the Lola T210. And isn't that just a glorious sight and sound, Peter?
Oh yes, yeah, those Lola T70s, which have become the car to have. It's interesting how it's flip-flopped round, where, you know, in period you wanted to have a Porsche 917 or maybe a Ferrari 512, not the Lola, but now it's the car to have. There's a GT40 in there as well, just for good measure. So we're getting the true spirit of late 1960s and early 1970s top level sports car racing. Also the Ferrari 512 as well, probably the most sonorous machine in the entire field.
In the GT1 category, it is the GT40 Fred Wakeman who was on pole and has gone through the first couple of sectors leading. Oh my goodness, T70 sideways, love it. As Jamie Constable's got going, and he hasn't dropped the lap then. So he's right on the end of the lead lap. I just want to point out, in second place in the GT1 category, in 27th place is a Di Tommaso Pantera, which I think is the Group 5 car, isn't it?
Group 4.
Group 4, all right.
Pantera, yeah. It's a very cool looking thing. Indeed, also Lola T70 Spider there that was debuted by John Surtees in Can-Am. Unfortunately was crashed quite heavily in that opening race, and then rebuilt as Mr. John of B in his Ferrari 512M opens up the taps on that flat 12 Ferrari, trying to make his way through. He's sitting in 14th at the moment. But the fun of the field, Jan Magnussen's not getting away from Armand Miel here, and Emil Breitmeier also really giving a strong chase as well. Emil's had a very, very busy day. He's been, what has he been at the wheel of? I would almost lose count of it all. Porsche 935 for sure. As, oh dear, one of the 3-litre RSRs has come in, car number 76.
That's Donizardo. That's bad news. Mr. John B was meant to have a Porsche 917 in this, but he swapped it to his Ferrari.
That's true.
512M. I'd be happy if I had the 2 slot cars of those.
And that's not even scraping the surface of of what he's got. Yeah, unfortunately that car, Donizardo, has just gone in. Debuted actually here in Italy for the Samson Kramer team. It's a Kramer RSR. Debuted at Monza in 1974. Driven by Hans Heyer, Willikhausen, John Fitzpatrick and Bob Wallach. That car, it's got real pedigree, but unfortunately not the start they wanted.
Yeah, Magnussen then in the... Now, I've asked this question before and I've looked at it and I still can't tell. Is that black or very, very dark blue? That Magnussen T70?
Midnight.
Very dark blue. Blue and silver rather than black and silver. Shea Adam would claim that for the LA Raiders, I think. Because it does kind of look like the silver and black. Magnussen then, a 151.050.
Kyle Tilley is leading the way then in that Lola T210 in the under 2-litre class, which we've seen a few of those. There's a lot of those, so we actually think it's split across the two endurance racing categories.
Nick Chester's just made up a couple of positions in another T70 from 1967. He's up to 7th in class and 11th overall as he blasted past John Hindhaugh and Philippe Guillac.
So, but Kyle Tilley's actually in a Chevron. He was entered in a Lola E210, and he's in a Chevron B19 with a Lola engine and gearbox, which won the 6 Hours of Kyalami in 1972.
With the what engine?
It's got a Lola engine and gearbox, so the same engine that would have been in the
okay, sorry.
Was they've used it, but the Lola's in pieces back in the workshop at the moment.
So, what engine would have been in the Lola then?
Not sure.
So it's the same engine. T70.
No, not a T70. No. T210.
T210. Excuse me.
Yeah. So, front of the field then, Magnussen leading by 1.2 seconds from Armand Miel, who in turn has another second and a bit ahead of Emil Breitmeier. Then it's Kyle Tilley leading the way in the under 2 litre prototype class, but got Charlie Hyatt just 1.1 seconds behind him in the Chevron B19. So it's Chevron B19 1, 2 and 3 right now, and they're all ahead of Patrick Jack as Jan Magnussen puts in the fastest lap of the race, a 150.8 now, starting to stretch his legs. He very kindly came in to have a chat with us. I can't remember which race it was during now, to be honest, but it was a wonderful... yes, it was the Endurance Racing Legends 2 came in to join us and chatted about his career racing for Corvette, winning all those races and championships, Le Mans several times, and of course that big battle with Jörg Bergmeister at Laguna Seca in 2009.
So available engines for that Chevron, there was an Opel 2 litre. I take it that's a 71 B19, the Group 5 car. Yes, it will be. So it could be a 1900cc Opel, a Ford Cosworth Hart 2 litre, a BDG, which was a 1975, so 2 litre as well. So 2 litre formula, of course, but several choices for the engines there.
Well, it's certainly all off for one of the under 2 litre prototypes. Got just went out of shot there, just got it all wrong over the curbs. Hopefully got back going again. That was at Puritella. Dear me. I can imagine they'd be quite twitchy as well. Very short wheelbase. Frank Stippler in the number 50.
Yeah, he started the car this time. Quite a lot of the top drivers are starting because they've finished the previous one.
I think that may well have been Frank Stippler that had that.
Yeah, I think you're right, in the 55.
Yeah.
Because it is dropping down. Another fastest lap. Now that was that a Piratella?
Yep.
Yeah, turn 9. So yellow flags at the moment for that car. We believe it's Frank Stippler in the Chevron, another B19. Kyle Tilley becoming pressured now by Charlie Hyatt in the 2 Chevrons. I know it says Lola T210 on the timing screen for Kyle. Put that to one side, it's a B19.
Roger Whiteside there in the the Chevron B8, which was
got no back window in that.
No, which was debuted by Paul Vesti at Silverstone 1969, and a winner at Ingliston in Edinburgh in 1972 in the Scottish Motor Racing Club event.
Joe Bradley, next time we do one of these, is going to find every car that's ever raced at Croft. as we fight back.
I actually think those Chevrons, if they'd raced at Knockhill, they'll have been in a Libra race at Croft or something.
Yeah.
Do you know the drivers, Peter?
Well, it was Paul Vesti was the driver that debuted. I can't remember the name of the driver who won it at Ingliston.
Right.
Yeah, from what I remember looking at the history of them, if they were racing at Ingliston, they'd be all over the place.
They would have
all over Europe, not just all over.
I mean, there was a massive inter-series series, wasn't there? But yeah, I mean, if they were racing at places like Knockhill and Ingliston, then they would have been racing at Croft.
Well, Knockhill only after 76, don't forget.
Rufford would have been probably on the list of where those cars raced.
Magnussen now really getting into his stride.
He said he had to get the hammer down early on because of the difference in the pit stop times. It's very, very hot in there. That was the other thing that he said. But he's loving it. There's not the pickings of a bird on him.
No, he's still a very, very fit man for sure.
He's loving this. He just is loving it. Charlie Hyatt now half a second away from Kyle Tilley in the battle for 4th and 5th. The 180, the red and white chevron, and the number 100 chevron as well, which is the Cannon car.
Yeah, that's really cool piece of kit that raced at the Kyalami 9 Hours with Jody Scheckter driving it.
Wow. Raced
here in Imola in the European 2-litre Championship. But the car, and of course, guess where? Ingliston. It raced at Ingliston as well. Imagine that, Kyalami, Ingliston.
Very similar.
I think Kyalami's a little bit more undulating.
I don't think there's a section where you actually go through 2 show houses.
There was a bank on a corner as well.
Exhibition ground, wasn't it?
Yeah, one time Doug Niven ended up on the roof of
the toilet, at the hairpin.
Yes.
Yeah.
In an Escort.
I wonder why they don't race there anymore.
Strange that. Fred Wakeman is driving really well in the Ford GT40, making way up the field, leading the GT1 category comprehensively at the moment, 17th overall.
And by the way, Jamie Constable, having started from the pit lane, half a lap down on everybody else, is now up to 24th position from what would have been 31st, but he's still nearly 100 seconds behind the leader overall. But what is he actually behind? Minute and a half. Just under a minute and a half behind the leader in class. So he needs a safety car to help him out.
Armand Meal, another driver who's been very, very busy today, racing all sorts of things, including a 3.1 litre RS Capri. There's Kurt Leimer as well in the 2.8 RSR. One of it would be a very, very early RSR with a 2.8 engine in it.
Absolute classic. Emil Breitmeyer into the pits. Now this is too early from a front-running car. With only 12 minutes elapsed now, this is the bright yellow Lola T70, which is heading into the pits. Throw across the line. The bright yellow number 15, that's the Chevron B19, that's the John Emberson and Nigel Greensall car. Oh, there's a touch. T70 and
Ferrari
512.
Oh no, that's Mr. John B in the Ferrari.
I think he's got suspension damage on the right front.
He got hit quite heavily, didn't he?
Right rear puncture. Right rear puncture on those glorious...
I thought it was worse than that.
Alloy wheels, yeah, me too.
Oh, that hurts your soul, doesn't it? Oh.
So that car will drop down the order, and it's nearly it's 2/3 of a lap to get that car back as well.
It looked like a Lola that had hit it, but the Lola's disappeared, hasn't it?
It was a dark coloured Lola T70, I think. But that doesn't narrow it down in this field.
No, absolutely not. But
oh dear.
And I'm not seeing any other cars losing positions. Kyle Tilley puts in the fastest lap of the under 2 litre class as he stretches his lead back out to 1.3 seconds. Third on the overall now, of course, with the demise of that bright yellow.
Early pit stop as well for Roderick Jack in car number 63 in the Chevron B8.
That shouldn't be in.
No, it should not. A car that won at Oulton Park and the Spa 1,000 kilometres.
Was it Armand Meal that hit the...
I doubt it.
It shouldn't have been in the same part of the track, really, should it?
Oh.
I'm trying to look what's further down. Now, the number 63 is in the pit lane. This is the B8 Chevron that we mentioned, the dark blue car. Meantime, It absolutely wasn't the leader, was it?
No, definitely not. Definitely not. It was, a disagreement nonetheless. As Magnussen leading now by 6.2 seconds, but he's got to keep that hammer down, doesn't he? And he's kind of got to go to the end of the pit window, doesn't he, to try and maximise the time of him in the car.
Yeah.
And the lap time that he's capable of. You know, you're talking about multiple Le Mans winner, multiple American Le Mans Series champion, multiple Sebring, multiple
everything.
Yeah. You know, he was
right. It was the 99. Okay. It was so we were right in that it was It was a Lola T70, and it was Nick Chester. He has evidence of an impact. Hang on, that was the wrong side. That was right front of that car, and it was right rear. So has he lost it and locked up and gone round? No, surely not.
The only thing as well is that it looked like the tyre had been pushed off the rim. So did it get pushed off the rim as the Ferrari went off? I don't know. It's a straight.
As he came, could he have been? Could Nick Chester have been losing it into the back and sort of got at 90 degrees? We only saw really the aftermath of that.
We did. Never mind. That's a shame for both.
Here's the battle for the lead in the sub 2 litre category. The yellow car leads it at the moment, which is a Chevron, not as per timing and programme. It's not the right colour anyway. So all of these cars were sub 2 litre 4-cylinder non-force induction cars, so normally aspirated cars.
Proper screamers.
Yeah.
Real screamers with Tilley.
Well, weren't we hearing earlier on Ross Hyatt saying that he was encouraging people to go Sports 2000s? Not a million miles away. This is a 2 litre formula. It was an international formula.
For sure it is. Yeah, it's Charlie Hyatt keeping Kyle Tilley under pressure big time right now in that all Chevron battle. In fact, it's Chevron B19s 1, 2 and 3 in the under 2 litre category at the moment.
Yeah, with Rory Jack in the 3rd place, number 44 car. Patrick Jack is in the over 2 litre category, and he's 3rd there. This could be a very good day if it stays like that. And Patrick, as I say, is in 6th position, but 3rd in the over 2 litre category.
Unfortunately for Roderick Jack, though, it doesn't. Well, actually, no, they got back out again. So that's also good news. Not so much in terms of position right now, but good that the Chevron B8 of Roderick Jack has got back going again as Armand Meal comes across a little bit of lap traffic. Believe it or not, Lola T70 lapping Ford GT. Something you wouldn't say very often, but I suppose it's Ford GT40 was sort of waning as the 917 and the Lola T70 and the Ferrari 512 came along. It's kind of had its time by that point. Still was able to clock up a final Le Mans win though in '69 with John Wyer. One of the closest finishes ever at Le Mans.
So the 169 Chevron B8 with Roger Whiteside behind the wheel, running again. Jamie Constable, I'm afraid, has come back into the pit lane in the number 199 Chevron B19. So whatever was ailing that car that stopped it taking its spot on the grid, as Jan Magnussen resets the fastest lap to a 1:49.9.
Wow. And he's now
in traffic,
getting into his groove. But Jan, I think he's probably best known from sports car fans for his days at Corvette, but he did drive LMP1 prototypes, as we know them, as they became LMP 900 for Panos.
Yeah,
Panos driver, so he knows how to get through.
Don Panos rated him very, very highly, very, very highly. he had a very particular style where he is a very natural driver, and he gets the car to the apex as quickly as he can and kind of just deals with what's happening instinctively. It's an incredible driving style, but he's very, very quick in anything.
Kyle Tilley just starting to put a little bit between himself and Charlie Hyatt. That raised liveried chevron. Oh, just you think a 2-litre 4-cylinder, you think, oh, that can't sound that good. Oh, yes, it can. Oh, it can. Yeah, I think there's something not right at the wheel of that Canon chevron of Charlie Hyatt. It seems to have dropped off a little bit over the last couple of laps. Meanwhile, Magnussen gap up to 11 seconds now, but again, he's got to keep building on seconds over seconds and seconds and more, because he's got to give a lot of it back when they get into the pits. Because of his elite driver status, he will have to have a longer pit stop than the others. Oh. What a machine that Lola T70 is. So many of them out there now in historic racing. In fact, there was a great article several years ago, 7 years ago now, in Motorsport magazine, where Dario Franchitti did a triple test of the same owner has a 917, a Ferrari 512 and a Lola T70, and he tested the three of them at Donington back to back, and he commented that the T70 had more grip than he thought it would have. He says the torque of the engine, the V8, he says it just pulls from nothing. Quite heavy steering, and he said the gearbox is quite stiff on them compared to what the Ferrari and the Porsche were like. But a very successful car, even around the era of the 917. You know, you think if you can win in that era, you built a pretty good car, and Eric Broadley and the team did. Of course, winning Daytona, Roger Penske's first Daytona win, with Mark Donoghue and Chuck Parsons in 1969. Wins all over the world with drivers like Brian Redmond, Joe Bonnier, Denny Hulme, Frank Gardner, Wilson Fittipaldi and Bob Wallach. But you wouldn't think that Bob Wallach would have been kind of coming on the scene by then. You'd think he'd maybe be a bit young for Lola T70, but no, he won the 1971 GP de Paris at Monterey long before he signed with Porsche.
Really?
Yeah. Magnussen certainly knows his way around a Chevy V8 anyway, that's for sure.
Oh, well, that's true.
It's okay.
That'll be a regular sound
Rear.
in his ear.
Yeah, well, funny enough, we were talking about the car that, the very car that he raced at Laguna Seca in 2009, which was part of that big battle with Bergmeister, is owned by John Emberson, who races in this paddock and was entered for this weekend.
Yes.
Will be back. But he was, well, I said, are you aware of that car? He says, oh yeah. He says, I was walking around the paddock somewhere and I heard it start up, and he said, I know that sound.
Yeah.
And he went over and spoke to he says, and he met John, and he said, tell us more about it. And he's like, I think I've driven this car, I'm pretty sure. And he's like, yes, you have. It's your car. It's that car. Yeah. And
wow, really?
Yeah, because it wasn't painted like that. I think it was painted in the Labra colours. So, where it won Le Mans.
Okay.
So how cool was that? You know, driver and owner getting to meet. That's kind of what this paddock's about as well.
So I reckon that race car is B 1971-30, which was sold late in 1971 to John Abrahams for him and Dirk Moraes to drive in the Springbok Series in South Africa. And then it came back to the UK to Ray Abrams, and it's done all sorts of things. It was in the Martini International Trophy race at Silverstone in 1972. Emile Elias raced at Montelleri.
This is the Kyle Tilley chevron.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Then it was back in the UK. Allegedly, the car, when it came back in 1971 to Nottinghamshire, to Retford, the car by then had raced at Le Mans under Yakko sponsorship. I'm not sure, that seems to be under some kind of question mark. And then Mike Wilds drove it in 1999 as a classic car. It also was raced in HSCC C as well. And it was last, presumably before this car came into Carl Tilley's hands, it was owned by Campos Costa in Portugal up until 2023. So 7130 we think that car is.
Rory Jack at the wheel of the number 41 Lola T70, car raced by Peter Revson in Can-Am. Also interesting, Revson drove, he debuted it with a Chevrolet engine, but then he also raced for Shelby American, and of course that meant putting in a Ford engine
motor,
in it,
yeah.
and then went back to the Chevrolet. So it's the same car, but there was, imagine that, you know, top pro driver, same car, but had to switch 1 minute Chevrolet engine, 1 minute Ford engine.
How much difference that made?
Very interesting. I do wonder. It's a cool looking car, the number 41, the Lola T70 Mark III, with a kind of swooping, almost Ferrari 330 kind of style to it, with the muscular haunches at the front. Oh, it's been driven pretty hard by Rory Jack at the moment.
Yeah, no quarter asked or given. At the front of the field, Jan Magnussen's pulled out nearly 14 seconds and continues to pull out around about a second a lap, which is what he's done so far. The pit window has now opened, so Jan will have another couple of laps to try and pull out another couple of 3 seconds. If he can get somewhere near, well, the disadvantage is 25 seconds, isn't it? So I wonder if he can get somewhere near 20 seconds of that before he pulls in. What he doesn't want now is a full course yellow.
No, unless the fuel course yellow came out as he's about to, with having a chance to go into the pit lane. Now,
correct.
Very busy in the pit lane. The Jürgen Rudolph Porsche 910 in there as well.
Well, there's 8 minutes just under to closing the pit lane. So how far into that does Jan go on a, roughly speaking, minute and 51, 52 lap? If he did 6 minutes, he could get 4 laps in, something like that. 3 laps in, rather. That might get him another 3 or 4 seconds. Now, I mean, the good news is the track is clearing up a little bit because there's people in the pit lane, so maybe he can get back down to the 49.9 that he did earlier on. In fact, he's just done a 50.5, so there is the tactic, I think, in the pit lane. The fabulous bright red Lola number 163 with that was very much the time, wasn't it? That V or that Y, almost inverted Y.
Team Surtees livery, because
Yeah.
that is an ex-John Surtees car.
Yeah.
Oh dear, one of the chevrons off the road coming out of Villeneuve, and rejoins right in front of the race leader, Jan Magnussen. Oh, and Jan Magnussen read that one like a book and judged that. He's been used to dodging things like that in the past. Poor old, that's the number 186 car, the Chevron B8 of
Robert Shaw.
Robert Shaw. Yeah, just got it a little bit hot. Many drivers have made that error. That car is actually raced and finished at the Targa Florio.
Oh, wow.
Yet another. I mean, you think about it, that's just a handful of cars we mentioned. That is what this paddock is about, is reuniting some amazing machines with great stories behind them.
Sorry, I got a bit excited for a moment.
I thought it was another one off.
No,
Oh.
no, I thought I was seeing a car that I wasn't. So that number 70, Lola T70, Jan Magnussen, probably 1, possibly 2 more laps for Jan before he hands it over.
Yeah, I'll be handing it over to Chris Ward.
That's not exactly a downgrade, is it? Chris is a very experienced driver and a very experienced classic driver.
Yes.
Did a lot of driving at Le Mans Classic this year.
Yes. I think it's unfair to compare Jan Magnussen to anybody in the paddock, to be quite honest, because it's, you know, you're talking about a factory Corvette driver for so many years. Nigel Green's all ready to go. He's been busy.
Yeah.
He's been so busy today. He's jumping in and out of everything. What a way to spend a weekend.
Well, we haven't had it bad, have we? Let's be honest.
Blown away, absolutely blown away by the quality and the friendliness of this paddock, actually, as well. A very, very good event. If you're watching, you're thinking what next to put on your motor racing bucket list in terms of coming to watch stuff. Honestly, in terms of access and quality of cars, and if you like historic cars, come and see it. And if you're an entrant, you have a car sitting in the garage that you've been thinking about coming to compete, you need to compete. Come and do it.
Chevron B16 in the pit lane is the 1970 version for John Sheldon, that bright red number 27. I often think that B16s are overlooked when we talk. We talk about the smaller Chevrons and some of the up-and-top cars and the B8s, of course. The B16 is a very, very pretty car.
Car number 16, the Lola T212 of Serge Kriknov, running very well, running 4th in class at the moment. That machine running number 16 is if Dyson Racing had just come on the scene maybe a couple of decades before, that would be what they run, a Lola with the number 16 on it.
Oh, look at that Chevron B16, absolutely glorious. Just keeping the rear brakes cool. Tends to be the rears that are weak here on the Chevrons and on the big Lola T7. He's talking to Jan Magnussen, our race leader, and he says you've got to keep the brakes under these cars for the end of the race.
Yeah, that Chevron B16 is, I agree with you, a beautiful car. John Sheldon, quite a lot of question marks around the history of that car. Chassis DBE 36. Apparently it was originally owned by Joe Siffert, and then was destroyed at Goodwood in a fire, and then but also maybe the last Chevron B16 ever built. So there's a lot now that's just my question mark. Doesn't mean that means that's the history of it. It's dubious. I haven't been able to run that one down.
Patrick Jack back out in the Lola T70 number 41, but is under investigation for speeding in the pit lane. His pit lane time was fine, 2:41. I think Magnussen will be in this time around. Keep an eye on this sub 2 litre battle as well, as Charlie Hyatt comes in from the lead. Kyle Tilley came in, I think, the previous lap. Yes, he did. So he will be out quicker and back underway. Will that give him the opportunity he needs? The Jamie Constable 199 car, which didn't start from its grid position, been in the pits a couple of times.
That's a shame for Jamie Constable. This may well be as scheduled, though. Of course, had already been in the pits there.
Yes, he had actually. No, that's a good point. He'd already been in the pits earlier on, so that could be a scheduled stop now that they've got it going. Here is the leader, as I suspected. 26.5 minutes to go as he came into the pit lane, so they've left it as late as they dare.
And he goes then, so
it won't be a hurried pit stop. The lanky frame of Englishman. Is that Wardy? Yes, it is. Yeah.
I like how Jan still goes at the pace of factory pits. Driver changes, leaps out the car.
He wasn't happy with something on the left front of that car. So considerable difference in stature between Chris Ward and Jan Magnussen.
Jan's built like a Formula One driver in terms of his height. He is a flyweight guy, smaller guy.
Chris is lean and mean, but built like a basketball player.
Yes.
And has to fold his way into that car. So Kyle Tilley, now this is a really important lap for Kyle as he comes round now. He pitted before the car he was racing, Charlie Hyatt, so he goes through now and on the scoring will retake the lead. And he's in third position, but actually he is leading the race at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on the battles whilst we head down to Joe Bradley in the pit lane with Jan Magnussen out of the lead car.
To account this pit stop, are you happy with what happened there?
Yeah, quite happy. I think everybody will struggle with brakes at some point, so I had to think about that while building a lead. So it's a little bit different driving style, but man, it's so much fun. Like all over the place, all of the time. It's fantastic.
Remember, I saw you in a front engine Panos. How far removed is a Lola T70 from that?
Just the engine in the rear.
You look like the car is floating around. I mean, that's quite a style.
It's fantastic feeling because I think, you know, every input you make has a big effect on what the car does for you. You do that wrong, it punishes you. You do that right, it rewards you. I absolutely love it. Fantastic sound. Everything's great.
You're familiar with the sound of a Chevrolet engine as well, Jan. Yeah. The atmosphere here at this Imola-Classic, it's quite something.
Absolutely. That's the biggest thing. So this is my first year in historic racing, first year in Peter Auto. And that's what strikes me the most, is a fantastic atmosphere, people going around. There's competition, everybody wants to try and beat you. But there's also a big appreciation for cool cars, and people are showing their stuff around, you know, look what I got, and we do the same. I absolutely love it.
But you still went about it in a professional driver way. You got out of the car, you rushed around the car, you pointed at something on the left. You can't never lose that.
No. No,
never lose that.
No.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you for entertaining us. That was fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, man.
True legend of the sport.
Totally.
Magnussen, and what a lovely fellow too.
His car is back out. Chris Ward behind the wheel will be hunting down Armand Mille. Now, we were watching the battle between Kyle Tilley and Charlie Hyatt for the sub-2 litre class, also battling for the third step of the box. And it's just under 4 seconds now as Charlie Hyatt in his Chevron chases down the yellow and white and black Ray's car. So it's 180 leading from 100 in second. So Charlie's in the Canon car, the one that looks like a bit of a film. Armand Mille has stopped, and of course the pit stop offset gives them the lead. So it's down to Chris Ward now to chase down Armand Mille, and it is 17.5 seconds.
I think this is a challenge for Armand Mille as well, for a few reasons, because he's driving on his own in this race. From my right, he's driven on his own in most of the races he's taken part in today. It's a long day. These cars are physical, and it's been pretty hot for most of the day. So for him, he's got 21.5 minutes to push to the end. And he got a decent lead, 17.5 seconds, but that's a big physical and I would say mental challenge to keep the focus and keep everything without making mistakes. And that's tough when you've been in so many different cars all day, and so if Armand Mille can pull this off, it will be a fantastic victory for him in that just glorious Lola T70.
This however, is exactly how it's meant to work. Because if you've had Jan Magnussen in your car to start with, and you're getting Chris Ward now, quite clearly, you have an advantage of driver pace. And this is about everybody having some fun. A rather smoky Chevron B19 coming into the pits. Now, what's going on there for the number 45 car? That's Frédéric Rouvier. He was in a top 6 position, but
it doesn't look.
I'm not happy with. It almost looked like there was some fluid on the back tyres.
Dear.
Oh, he's not happy. He might have,
out of it
maybe
completely.
he thinks there's a fire at the back or something.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he's having a look. Oh, he was looking at the right rear as if maybe he's got a drive shaft or a bottom ball joint failure on that. So here comes Chris Ward crossing the line. Armand Miel has just gone through, and it's 17.2, a couple of tenths. And with 20 minutes to go, even with 20 minutes to go, that's not enough, Peter. That is not enough.
I think it's about 2 seconds a lap he's going to need, roughly, to try and run that gap down. So it's in Armand Miel's hands, I would say, to try and hold off Chris Ward. Switch, though, in the under 2 litres. So Charlie Hyatt now in the lead with the Canon car. He's coming up a little bit of lap traffic, actually. He's flashing the light. He's got a light flash. It's a proper little early day prototype, isn't it? And through he goes.
That was Serge Kriknov in the Lola T212.
Hyatt has got the bit between his teeth for sure here. And now pulling away from Kyle Tilley. Both in Chevron B19s. Both 1971 actually as well. And there, when you see them with and this is the great thing about coming to one of these events, you walk around the paddock, it's all very open, they're not hidden away in transporters, and you see them with the bodywork off.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like a slightly heavy, as I think it was Tony Sinclair that said, and he's absolutely right, it's kind of like just a heavy go-kart with a body put over it, and that's a pretty good way to put it. They must have had felt like intergalactic performance around some of the circuits they raced on at the time. You know, little circuits like Inglestown, Crystal Palace, Croft, you know, various circuits all over the world.
Somebody's dropped the wheel off quite significantly at the Grissini chicane at the top of the hill.
Chris Ward now getting into his rhythm now.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, 1.3 seconds quicker last time by, so the gap now 16 seconds.
In fairness, the lead has just come through 2 or 3 other classes of car. He passed the Kurt Lima Porsche 911 2.8 RSR and also the number 119, which is whom?
Kurt Lima is the 119 is.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, and the number 3 was the other one. And that was Jason Stewart Wright in the T70.
Ralph Kelleners, though, is hauling the mail in the GT1 class right now with a 202.2. The issue is that Mike Grant Peterkin in the Ford GT40 built up such a gap in the opening stint. He's in 13th overall in that machine.
Yeah, but he has just taken 9 seconds out of him that time around. Sorry, 7 seconds out of him that time around with the new fastest lap. Ralph driving the glorious Di Tommaso Pantera.
Yeah, very, very cool car, the Pantera. Oh,
another B9 in strife. This time the red and white striped car, which is
Robert Shaw.
Is that the Robert Shaw car again? Yeah.
B8
186.
Been out through the gravel a couple of times, unfortunately.
Chris Ward with the fastest over 2 litre. Chris Ward's car, the 49.950. That was put in 950. That was put in by Jan Magnussen. Kyle Tilley has the fastest sub-2 litre lap at a 53.2. And Ralph Kellner's with a 2:02.2. Back that up now with a 2:02.9 against a 2:09.1 again. So again, traffic here. As Nigel Grainsell now puts the fastest over sub-2 litre lap in on a 52.2.
Much quicker than the leaders.
That's much quicker than the leaders.
3 seconds quicker than race leader, or class leader, excuse me, Charlie Hyatt. Wow.
Number 44 is Rory Jack in the red and white chevron.
Interesting. It was originally down to be Patrick Jack in the 44, but they've switched it.
Did they not both drive each of the cars and swap over in the pits?
Could be. Yeah, could be. But at the moment, in that car is Rory Jack in that chevron that raced in nearly 50 events in period. Managed to get 2 wins, raced in all over Europe in the early 70s, and then raced in British Thundersports in the 80s. This is a busy career, that car.
I've noticed that we are getting driver information here this weekend on the changeovers, and I believe that's down to, well, it is down to Al Kamel. Seen a couple of drivers with sort of RFID patches on their helmets, which, if that's the case, I haven't noticed that before. I'm not saying it hasn't happened before, but this is fantastic for us to be able to know who is in the car at any one time, and therefore pass that information on to you. As ever, Al Kamel delivering the goods at Le Mans. I think it was the Friday of Le Mans, Peter, of Le Mans Classic. I spoke to the guys from Al Kamel and said, you know, when we get to the last races of the day, can you give us overall results? And they went, it's just the time added together, isn't it? And I went, yeah, we can do that. We'll give that to the TV. The TV can make a graphic, and we'll be able to give you that at the end of the race. And they're just great. I did say to them, I would have only asked you guys, yeah, as long as we can get that information from the timekeepers, we should be able to do that. Bang. There it was. So Andrew Marriott, who's normally adding base 60 maths, but he used to be a rallycross driver, so he can do that, and trying to work it out from what happened overnight and the result sheets. Well, we didn't need to, because Al Kamel provided that to us, and they've done another cracking job this weekend. A reminder for all of the Historic Racing by Peter Auto events, and the next one, if you go onto the Peter Auto website, you'll see the next one is at Le Castellet, Circuit Paul Ricard in the south of France. And that's early September, isn't it? Typically the month of August is a French holiday month, and to be fair, the Peter Auto staff have put together a phenomenal run of events running up to this one, with Tour Auto running into Le Mans Classic and then running into this.
So just coming up on our timing screen, car number 70, Chris Ward, who's been trying to run down the leader, has had an issue. It was running slowly or stopped and then resumed.
Yeah, not by much though. 18.8.
Yeah, she's lost about 4 seconds.
Yeah.
So something has happened in sector 2 for Chris Ward there in that number 70 Lola.
Kyle Tilley has got a 15-second time penalty for missing the pit stop time. So that's going to take him out of the battle in that number 180 race car. And that will, at the moment, take him out of second position in the sub-2 litre category. Oh my goodness. And also Serg Krikhinov. So Krikhinov has a penalty. Just 3 seconds there.
Something's not right for Chris.
Yeah, Chris Ward moving slowly again.
Yeah, he lost 23 seconds in Sector 1. Something's not right. Oh no. Former race leader, that great opening stint from Jan Magnussen. And
is that car crabbing?
I'm not sure.
Is that a drive shaft?
Pass.
Has he had a spin? Has there been contact? We don't know. The engine sounds sweet enough. Left rear marker light out. So here comes the leader in the sub 2 litre category, going up to second overall.
Are we going to see one of these giant killing performances we saw in, of course, Classic Endurance Racing 2, which we had earlier on? One of the under 2 litre cars won it, of course.
Yeah.
The ex-Chris Craft Crown Racing machine. So,
Charlie Hyatt about a minute though behind.
Of course, yeah, it would take
with 10 minutes to go for Armand Mille. I'm watching to make sure the 35 hasn't got a problem. 16, 133 and 180, all taking penalties of something. So Sergey got 18 seconds. The 163 got 3 seconds, which is Mark Davis. And the 180, 15 seconds. And 15, Kyle Tilley is actually, he's been caught anyway by Rory Jack. And that's down to 8.5 seconds now. So Rory Jack is now in second place as Chris Ward pits. So Jan Magnussen, once again, is robbed of a run and a run to the checkered flag for his car with Chris, and an opportunity to stand on the podium here.
That is such a shame. Car comes to a stop. Joe Bradley's right there, so we'll hopefully get an update shortly. What's going on? That's a shame. That does. I think Armand Mille had it under control. I'll be honest. I think pace-wise, he did have it under control, but that will make the job a lot easier now for him to.
It was still double digits, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's not as if it was down to 5 seconds. Now, that's not to say that Armand Mille's car could keep up the pace. He's lapping at the moment in 54s. Charlie Hyatt is lapping in 54s. So that's the sub 2 litre leader. Kyle Tilley now 24 seconds away from the lead and only 6 seconds ahead of Rory Jack. He's lost second place as it stands right now with that 15-second penalty. The Canon film and camera car, red and white, with the number 100 on it.
Yeah, it's a car with a really cool history. It actually was a Wit Team Wins car.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, but at the Kyalami 9 Hours in 1971, Ed Zwart and Jody Scheckter drove that car. Jody Scheckter raced it 6 times. Actually, that I thought was really cool as well. It won 4 races in the Netherlands in 1972 for Stichting Team Radio Veronica.
Oh yeah,
Radio Veronica. So
yeah, Radio Veronica
is still going. But probably the most iconic part of its history, of course, is the fact that it raced at Ingolstadt.
Yeah,
of course.
That is just going to be the final sign off, instead of when I do my Porsche keys to the race in WeatherTech and it's and the tyres. It's going to be, and it raced at Ingolstadt. And it raced at Ingolstadt.
Unfortunately, getting word from Joe Bradley that it's fuel pressure.
Oh dear.
70.
Well, and the thing is, you do not want to run these dry. Well, that is terribly bad luck, whether it was surge or maybe a fuel pump problem. Let's see if we can find out. 6.5 minutes to go. Armand Mille with this race under control, 56 seconds ahead of the sub 2 litre leader Charlie Hyatt. Let's find out from Joe about the Magnussen car. He's with his co-driver.
Well, we spoke to Jan Magnussen, who brought the car into the pit stop, in an effective lead. Chris Ward, the driver, who's took it out. But Chris, problems there on that run, brought the car back into the pits with a problem.
Yeah, really unfortunate because the car's been running really well all weekend. And right from when I got in the stint, it was starting to miss, and I could see the fuel pressure was dropping. And so especially on the up hills, it was just miss. And so I tried to manage it a little bit, but it literally cut out on the last lap past the start-finish line. So I almost had to retire it out on track, but I just nursed it back to the end. It's literally just a fuel pressure problem, but so unfortunate for the team and Jan after doing an amazing stint.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Small consolation, you were having a great race pulling that lead back, weren't you?
Yeah, I could see I was grabbing it back slowly, which was quite pleasing because I did have the misfire, so I knew I was down on what I should be doing, but to pull it back with that problem. But hey-ho, that's motor racing. Unfortunately, things go wrong, but we're all here at the end of the day. We've had a great weekend up until now, and thanks to Peter Auto for a super series.
Yeah, it is. It's, I suppose, old race cars do have attrition. Bad luck, Chris. The guys were looking at the fuel pump, so I think your mechanics have kind of isolated it towards fuel pump issues, so pick up problems from the fuel. Bad luck, Chris. I'm sure you'll be back.
We will indeed.
Yeah, old cars have old car problems.
Yeah,
and it doesn't matter how good your preparation is, you can have a part fail, can't you? It's as simple as that.
Well, you'd think brand new cars can also have them.
Well, it's absolutely right.
Actually, when they're brand new, they do. That's when it often when it does come up. You know, you look at the early days, particularly you look at the early days of the LMP1 hybrid era. You know, you had Porsche 919 grinding to a halt, Toyota's grinding to a halt. You know, it happens. You know, even Audi's had mechanical failures.
Now, if this was the 500 Ks of Imola, that pump would have been off by now, and the new one would have been on, and they'd have been back in the race. But it's an hour, and there was 10 minutes left when he pulled it into the pit lane. So they'll get that car fixed. We'll see it again, and Jan Magnussen will get to continue his summer of enjoyment along with Chris Ward.
Great to hear how much Jan's enjoying it. It's a shame that also that we haven't seen the Ferrari run that long. Only ran 6 laps before being involved in that incident with the 99 Lola.
I think it came back out again just for a lap actually.
Going has stopped, unfortunately, but that is really cool because that won the very first that model of car won the very first inter-series race here in 1971 with Arturo Mazzario at the wheel, who's here this weekend.
Is he really?
Sit in the car. The great thing on the Peter Otto Instagram page, and he looks delighted to be reunited with a car that he had such success with.
Now, one of the other things we've been watching is Mike Grant Betikin and Ralph Kellners. And Kellners has been steaming back, taking 5, 6 and 7 seconds out of the GT1 leader. That's Ford GT40 versus Di Tommaso Pantera. He's going to run out of time, but what a run by Ralph Kellners. Joey in the number 21 Di Tommaso. He's got that to half a minute, would you believe?
Amazing.
He's taken well over a minute out of them. And into the pit lane, Jason Stewart Wright from 4th place in the over 2 litre category in the number 3 Lola. Now, what's this? I think he's dead stick as well.
This particular car. Oh dear, it's a very, very significant car indeed. Driven in Can-Am by none other than Mario Andretti and Al Unser. But unfortunately...
Presumably not at the same time.
Probably not.
No, they weren't the best of buddies.
Mario drove it at Riverside and Las Vegas, and Al Unser drove it in Fuji, actually, in the late 60s. But
obviously it's not that an important car because it never raced at Ingolstadt.
We'll let it off.
Okay.
Can-Am never went to Ingolstadt, so that's a bit unfair.
It was a big miss, I thought. I thought it was a big miss. He's I know you said LMP2 leader there. Sub 2 litre. I apologise, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, if this was like a British Pathy report,
yeah,
and I'm coming up through Tosa,
yeah,
in the LMP2, it is the kind of the LMP2 of the day.
Well, yeah, sort of,
in a way.
Yeah, that's sub 2 litre category for cars under 2 litres of capacity. Charlie Hyatt, the young English hotshot,
with Canon sponsorship. We're going to get in trouble if we cut it.
He actually has done a really good job, and he's under a minute away from the leader. Kyle Tilley's found a bit of pace all of a sudden, because Rory Jack was within 5 seconds of him. And Rory's just had a couple of laps where he's dropped back into the mid to low 58s, and Kyle Tilley's had a couple of laps where he's been in the low to mid 57s, and all of a sudden that's 9.7 seconds. But on the final lap, I don't think that's going to be enough for Kyle to hold on to second in class, and more importantly probably third on the overall podium, because he's got that 15 seconds to add on.
I mean, we probably haven't given Armand Mille his due, because
superb drive, yes,
perfect race. And I think also what he had to do was not panic when, you know, superstar Jan Magnussen's tearing off at the front of the field. He just settled into his rhythm and was able to have the gap less than what Jan Magnussen's pit stop penalty was, if you like. So this, which is, I believe, 25 seconds. So he had to, and he kept the gap way less than that. So that then gave him an advantage into the second stint, an advantage which he's very much grasped and has got this race well under control as we're on the final lap. In fact, around the final corner we go.
Jason Stewart Wright, by the way, in the number 3 Lola, has gone back out again after just a 1 minute 49 in the pits. I wonder if they just splash some fuel into that. So for the Classic Endurance Racing 1 event here at Imola in the afternoon sunshine, Armand Mille driving solo in the 1969 Lola T70 Mark IIIB has overcome the traffic and the competition to win. It's going to be Patrick Jack in the number 41 Lola T70 in second in the over 2 litre category, and I think it's Romain Belteste in third. Yes, it is. There he is across the line in the number 37 car. Nigel Greensell will be fourth in the sub 2 litre categories. He goes through now in the Chevron B19. Chevron B19 benefit in sub 2 litre. 9.6 seconds. Here's the winner. And this is going to be Charlie Hyatt coming through second overall and winning the sub 2 litre category in the B19 from 71. Now Kyle Tilley is 40 seconds back. And more importantly though, he's 11 seconds ahead of Rory Jack. I don't think he's doing enough.
Yeah, he's got a 15-second penalty hanging around him, so
he's done well. He's pulled that back out. He's put 5 or 6 seconds on in that yellow and black car.
I think just 1 or 2 laps where the pace went away for some reason, and then really got back down to business, whether it was a technical issue or whatever, or a mistake or traffic. It could be all sorts of things. Over the line he goes, but regardless, Kyle Tilley, he's had what a weekend he's had. I mean, think about this: you're in an open-top sports car at Imola. The sun's starting to set, and just starting to head down over the horizon.
Well, he won't drop any further than third. And Rory Jack goes through, and the gap was only 2 and a bit seconds at the end. That's extraordinary, as Rory Jack must have, he did a 59.3 on the last lap. He almost gave it away. 12.8 seconds. Wow. Wow. That is a little bit too close for comfort. I wonder if Rory knew, but a second place for the number 44 Chevron, and it's an all Chevron sub 2 litre podium with Kyle Tilley in the late replacement of his Lola T210 to a B19. Does end up on the podium. He drove solo as well. However, no doubt about the leader and the winner now. The all-conquering Lola T70. T70's first, second and third, with Patrick Jack in the number 41 1967 car, and Romain Belteste in the 37 making up the podium for the big engine class. But the top three, Armand Mille, Charlie Hyatt and Rory Jack, that is a very, very mature, sensible and accomplished drive. The key part of that, I think, Peter, you were spot on. You lose 18 seconds to Jan Magnussen in the first stint. You can't lose your head at that point when you see him. There's going to be a point where you see him starting to pull away, and you can't lean on the car too much.
No, definitely not. And that was a really impressive drive there from Armand Mille. Lola T70, that's a seriously brawny car to handle.
We still have one more race to go. We're in Imola. It's an ALFA race coming next. Congratulations to Armand Mille for winning in the Lola. Well, plenty of excitement and no little heartbreak in our previous race. And here at the historic Imola-Classic Festival, and it has been a festival. I mean, it's called Imola-Classic by Peter Auto, but my goodness me, it has been an absolute festival. Even had R390, which we weren't expecting. Well, I wasn't anyway. And had a word with Eric Comas. It was his Le Mans chassis from 1998. Had that doing a couple of demo laps earlier on. He drove it quite a long way down here, then put it on a trailer. It's road registered now, and then drove it here from Bologna all the way at the track. Beautiful.
Oh,
it seems
the taps up on the Autostrada, maybe.
So, Alfa Romeo GT and touring cars from 1947 to 1981. Now, having raced for over 10 years, the Alfa Revival Cup recognised by ACI Sport. Bringing Alfisti together from all over the place, to be honest. A rich motorsport heritage of Alfa Romeo. They will turn up at places like the Red Bull Classics, the Euro NASCAR at Vallelunga, and Misano, the P&K Motorsports Festival and Mugello weekend, and here at Imola-Classic and Spa-Classic. And we have a diverse grid of 25 cars. There are quite a lot of Giulias. In fact, they're almost all Giulias. I think there's... Oh, in fact, they are all Giulias of different age and type.
A couple of GT Veloci.
Oh, yes, that's right. I did see those, yes. However, I don't think you can have enough Alfa Giulias of this kind of period. The little two-door sprints and GTA M's, excuse me. That moniker revived recently for the very hairy four-door 2.9 V6. What an engine that is, by the way.
Well,
in the Quattrofolio.
Effectively, its ancestor, the GT of the car number 1, Davide Bertinelli. There, it's one of the most extreme versions of the Giulia Sprint GT that was developed by Alfa Romeo's amazing competition department, Auto Delta, designed for Group 2 touring car racing in Europe, and it won the championship on 2 occasions, 1970 and 71. Great little machines, and a car that was driven by Gijs van Lennep in car number 33, Alexander Furiani.
And what does the A and the M stand for at the end of GT, A and M?
I hope you're going to tell me.
Lighter and enlarged.
It's in my notes. Alleggerita Maggiorata, lighter and enlarged.
Yeah.
Which often do things don't go together.
Well, not in my case.
No, or mine.
No. And with the great pasta and food that we've had this weekend, I am neither A or M in that. Plenty of GTAs, of course. You would have seen the GTA nomenclature on Alfas before, but it's the M here. The Maggiorata for enlarged. And enlarged in this case means wider.
Yeah, wider track, wider arches. A lot of power for a Group 2 touring car of the early 1970s, 220 to 240 horsepower, depending on how the engine's been tuned.
And it wasn't just the bodywork that was enlarged, because it was the engine as well, because that was taken out to 2 litres from the 1700 twin cam, running on the absolutely gorgeous and period correct Campagnolo alloys.
Of course. One thing also is that around the paddock, where the Alfa Revival Cup have got their own area, and there's an Alfa Romeo bus.
Yes.
Well, bus isn't the right word. It's more of a...
It's like a giardinera.
Not a camper van either.
It's,
it's something between a people carrier of the time. It's a beautiful little thing. We were really enjoying looking at it earlier on. But a 1 hour race, it's going to be busy for the drivers out there in this one, and a bit of typical Imola botany as well.
Oh, yes.
Floating out. This seems to always happen at Imola. You see bits of... What would you call that?
Well, I think some of it's bugs and some of it is willow fluff.
Willow fluff.
But I'm not sure which is which.
I'm going with the willow fluff. So grid about to be cleared then. Here on the background there, the bugs.
So it's not a giardinetta, because that was the station wagon. The shooting brake, if you will.
So safety car pulls away. Lead the field off. Have you found it?
Well, yes, I think I have. Now I've got a...
I don't think that was it.
It's similar, though.
Similar, yeah.
It's on the same platform. That's a camper van on the same platform. That's a 1955 T10.
Okay.
So now that I've tracked that down...
Do you think you could put an Alfaholics engine in it?
Oh, yeah.
Imagine that. the people carrier with the Alfa.
And why wouldn't you?
Off they go then. What a beautiful grid of cars. And a couple towards the other end of the field of machines that, to me, immediately take me to the Italian job. The 220 Alfa Romeo Giulia Super.
Yeah, that needs to have the police.
It does. Chasing down 3 pesky Mini Coopers through the streets of Turin.
Get a move on. Can't go around here all day. Right, I think that is a 1960-ish Alfa Romeo 2 T10 bus.
Yep.
I would say that's what it is.
Yeah, I think instead of the Nugget, you get one of them and get an Alfaholic engine put in it.
Yeah, I'm loving it.
Yep.
I am loving it. So, while you go through the grid,
okay,
I'll have a look at the specs for this, because I have to know what engine it is and things like that.
Can't let it go. Davide Bertinelli then on pole in his Alfa Romeo GT Am. Then it's Alexander Furiani for Furiani Racing in car number 33, joining him on the front row. Then it is Peter Bachhofen in his GT Am for Alpha Delta OKP, ahead of Ben Walter and Bernard Laber, all running out of the Alpha Delta OKP stable. Then it's Jolly Car Squadricorsa and Dario Dominicinini in the number 86 car, starting from 6th. Then it's Christian Ondrak in 7th. Gianpaolo Benedini starts in 8th, Alberto Franceschetti starts in 9th, and Fabrizio Sabatini rounds out the top 10 in his Jolly Car Squadricorsa Alfa Romeo GT AM. Hans Lugenbuhl starts for Formula GT in 11th, then it's Matthias Korber in 12th, Jürgen Ludwig for Formula GT starts in 13th, then it's Fabian Korber 14th, followed by Christian Oldendorf, who's had a super busy weekend, jumping back and forth between his Alfa Romeo GT AM and an Aston Martin DBR9. Yes, I'm not getting that mistaken. Then it's car 356. That should be something from over the German border, shouldn't it? Well, that one is Cianini Barbolini. Then it's Francois Rivas in 17th for Côte d'Aron Racing in his
nice name for a racing team.
Liking that, yeah. Mario Salamone starts in 18th. Then it's Giulio Sordi in 19th. Andri Cordal starts 20, and still they come. Fabio Ciminani starts from 21st. Then it's Alberto Zanata. Eduardo Achai starts in 23rd. Marco Mila in 24th. And rounding out the 25 cars here is Daniel Hager in his Alfa Romeo Giulia SP.
From Formula GT. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different classes in the 25 car field. Let's not bother ourselves too much with that at the moment, but we will keep an eye on it. Your pole sitters, obviously Davide Bertinelli, Ben Walters a pole sitter, Jürgen Ludwig and Fabian Körber are both pole sitters, as is Andre Carden and Fabio Gimignani. Those are your pole sitters in the different classes. But this is going to be an absolute delight in, well, not the twilight, but certainly the gloaming. Look at the length of the shadows, the beautiful light, particularly for red cars, and they are predominantly Alfa Romeo Racing Red, that sanguinis, that darker red colour that they always ran. To the line then, Davide Bertinelli for Team Gatti in the wide-bodied car, past the finish line but not the start line, waiting for the lights to go, and they turn green, and we are racing with an hour remaining on this race. Very lovely sight in the evening sunshine, Peter, as they head down towards Tamburello for the first time, and everybody being very, very sensible in the crowded midfield.
It's the photographers are going to get some breathtaking shots. If they've hung around, they're going to get some really cool shots of these Alphas in the setting sun at Imola. Doesn't get much better, does it?
Look at the length of those shadows as they go through the trees and head up out of Villeneuve and up to Tosa. climbing the hill.
It's almost like the Giulia Super at the back, if that were the police cars chasing all of these reprobates running away.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, it looks, if you want to be at the front though, it looks like you either need a GT Am or a Giulia, or a Giulia Super as well. Yeah.
Listen to the engine notes, Peter. Those higher revving 4-cylinder 2-litre and 1750 engines. There are some 1300s in this further down the field. They've got a class of their own. People often ask about why 13 or 1400s or even 1500s and 1750s. It was all down to the taxation laws in various parts of Europe in the 60s.
Well, you've got quite a lot of the Sprint, the Giulia Sprint GTAs. For example, the one in second position, Alexander Furiani, that car's a 1600cc, 170 horsepower. So at a little bit of a disadvantage to the GTAMs.
Yeah, what year is that from then?
A Sprint.
Yeah.
Giulia Sprint GTAs, from about 1962 onwards, a little bit after that actually. Mid 1960s, yeah.
Right.
Only 500 were built in a mixture of Stradale and Corsa specification, and won the European Touring Car Championship 3 years in a row, from 66 to 68.
Yeah, that was the Sprint GTA, so light but not enlarged.
Steady.
GT stands for itself, obviously. Interesting that the cars built, the 500 that were built to satisfy the homologation. Stradale is the street car. It literally does mean street, and Corsa means race. I'm sure you all know that, so I apologise for sort of hind-splaining that one. But you still see cars designated Stradale, excuse me.
Well, on a Lamborghini, you've got the dial in it.
Correct.
If you want it in Stradale or Corsa.
Yeah. Side-by-side action.
Through goes the 81 car then of Fabrizio Sabatini for 4th place.
Yeah, he's just gone past was that Christian Onderak's car, that looks like a street car in that sort of brown stroke beige colour, but it has got the cage in. Cage is colour matched,
isn't it?
The cage is colour matched to the exterior of the car.
Of course it is.
Which I really like. I think that is fantastic. If you're going to have a beige car, make sure you've properly beiged it up.
It's like, do you make roll cages in hearing aid brown?
Yeah. Well, I'm sure that is probably called Café con Leche or something like that.
Yeah, better.
Yeah. Or pistachio. No, pistachio's a green colour, so.
Davide Berta, speaking of pistachio with the pistachio front bumper, Davide Bertinelli getting the inside wheel caught there as well, as they all
are. The tyre deflection on the right front coming out of Rivazza too. Across the line.
Running big camber on the front there too.
Yeah. So through goes the Team Gatti leader, Davide Bertinelli. Alexander Furiani. I've seen Alexander Furiani racing other things in other classes as well, probably with this car, because these cars are eligible for other things. He generally goes well. Fabrizio Sabatini for the Jolly Car Squadra Corsa team in 3rd. Top 3 are separated by 7.5 seconds.
You're having way too much fun with these names.
Great, aren't they?
Christian Oldendorf, great start for him. He's up to 6th in the Fernandez Racing Alfa Romeo GT AM. That's only in a paddock like this here in Peterotto could you see a driver switching from an Aston Martin 6-litre V12 DBR9 GT1 car, carbon fibre everywhere, sequential gearbox, etc., etc., to a little Alfa Romeo GT. Amazing.
Just listen. Wing, 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 down through the box.
Little spits of flame out the car as well.
This is a really good addition. I like this. And all the drivers very smiley. They had a relatively easy day today. They didn't have to come in early. You know, practiced and qualified in the morning of yesterday. Did see a few of the drivers at the dinner last night, and then had a relatively easy morning.
Love the number one car there of the GTM, pop rivets everywhere. All over.
That's how they were.
Yeah.
That isn't because he's just decided to replace the arches.
No.
That's how they were in periods, with the riveted wheel extensions and the metal underneath cut away.
You've got a bit of time going down the straight to have a little think, but you don't in the corners.
No.
You've got to be really brave with a car like that, because it's not got a huge amount of power, but you can, because it's really light, you can get on the brakes really late and carry loads of speed, and that's what the drivers at the front are.
What are these weight
doing? Yeah, well, a Sprint GTA weighs 740 kilos. That's a really light car.
With 240 horsepower?
No, that one's got 170.
All right,
I would imagine the GTM isn't a great deal heavier, and it's got between 220 and 240.
Wow.
You know, the GTM's a serious car. And again, I said this yesterday, you know, you can see why companies like Alfaholics are so popular with taking these cars and putting really hot engines in them. And Dario Franchitti's got one.
Of course he has.
Of course he has, yes.
It's also got a Rolls-Royce shooting brake, and at the moment is 1 of 1. Still with the suicide doors. It's 33 coming down the hill to Lavazza 2. Just watch that tyre deflection at the front. Look at it rolling over and lifting the inside front wheel.
What's happened to Davide Bertinelli?
Yeah,
He just dropped down to 6th. Was leading the race.
Yeah.
I think it's on this lap too that something's going wrong, because his last lap looked fine. So where is Davide Bertinelli? He's in the middle sector at the moment.
He's down in 9th position for Team Gatti.
I think it's this transponder issue.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Apologies.
Yeah, there he is, coming through, and again dangling the left front, barely using the left front tyre around the two Ravazza.
Apologies for that, Bertinelli fans.
No, he's fine.
He had dropped down the order.
Yes, he did. Dropped down to 9th.
Yes.
It's great. This is the green fronted car we're talking about. Listen. Second place, Alexandro Furiani. Third place, Fabrizio Sabatini. And that is a battle there.
I do like that Fabrizio Sabatini in third place. The red and the blue, it's got a bit of NART about it.
Yeah.
That you saw, of course, on Ferraris. But there is a great connection between Alfa Romeo and Ferrari, but more particularly with the Scuderia Ferrari, because before Enzo Ferrari made his own cars, he raced Alfa Romeos in the Scuderia Ferrari. So his team had Alfa Romeo, and they ran the works Alfa Romeos at the time. In a beautiful dark red colour in those days.
I love that darker red. Maserati had the same sort of colours. I said it's more like drying blood, isn't it, than post-box red. I mean, what do you say? Evening light, twin cam Alphas a go-go.
Some of the trees look like they're almost turning towards autumn colours, but we're only at the end of July. I can imagine racing here in late September must be glorious.
Look at that. There's a great colour.
That's almost autumn colour, isn't it?
That's fantastic. That darker red, almost a plum red. Some nice metallic colours out there as well, in fairness. So once again, there's a part of the track that quite clearly our leader Davide Bertinelli is not tripping the sensors. As soon as he gets back down to the end of the lap, he's back in the lead.
He's probably given his team a heart attack once.
Every lap.
Every lap.
It's just coming through the Variante Alta. No, Variante Grassini. I see what you mean about the trees.
Some of them are turning kind of early. Yeah. Oh, gold Campagnolo wheels. There you go, John.
Yeah. And that works on the white car. I think that works on the white car.
That's car number 36, Christian Ondrak.
He's a class leader.
OKP.
He's the Group 5 leader, and he's got Ben Walter about 5 seconds behind him. The camber on those front tyres.
Massive. I do like that their team name Alpha Delta, OKP. Of course, Auto Delta was the competition department of Alfa Romeo. Which is, and you think in those days, you look at the Abarth competition department and Lancia, Alfa Romeo. It's quite a hotbed of racers, basically.
Yeah.
At the factory level.
Oh, that's pretty. Number 26 coming through. It was the fashion to have a contrast panel on either the front or the rear or both. And that number 20, I said 26? It was? Yeah, that's Fabian Kober. He's another Alpha Delta runner, and he's leading the F category car for touring cars.
Very nice number 32, Jürgen Ludwig. Mostly white, but then with green frontage on his car.
And that's another class winner. That is the G1 Group 5 class leader, I should say. And he's going very nicely at the moment. And finally, the 151 Alpha Race Team, Andre Cardon, in the H2 touring car class, leads his class. Actually, no, there's number 61 as well.
With the clover leaves on the on one side panel there.
And there's your final class leader, H1 in the touring class, Eduardo Akai. I suspect you say that, maybe Akai. Achai, yeah, okay. Now, just a moment or two ago, a little bit of off-track action coming out of, that's Villeneuve, isn't it?
Yep. How many drivers have got it wide there onto the gravel
today? And yesterday, a lot.
Today, a lot. It's a weird chicane. And you go in, and yes, you go into Tamburello, and both are a left entry chicane, but they are very different in their character.
Now, we've had a pit lane caller, but that's very early. Fabio Gimignani.
6 minutes early.
Yeah. And the number 62, Scuderia Clemente car. A lot of people improving their times here, Peter. So they're beginning to burn off a little bit of race fuel. The temperature, remember we had track temperature at 49 Celsius. Earlier today.
51.
51, yes, no, you're right, 51. It's now 37. That's still toasty. Air temperatures dropped from around about 31, 32 at its height to 26. That was a moment. And that's our Alpha Race Team H2 TC leader, Andre Cardon.
Oh, my word. Coming down the hill towards the Vatsid, it got it sort of checked up. The car tried to get away with him, and he's all arms and elbows, but somehow managed to keep it out the gravel.
And hold on to his lead in class. Wow. That will have woken him up.
He doesn't.
Right, so he's all right here, and then there's no, I'm fine. But then, now what I didn't see there...
It's almost like he grabbed the handbrake, because...
I think he down-changed.
Yes. So
I was trying to look to see where his left hand was to see if it was on the wheel. I think that might have been a down change.
Right.
And he either grabbed the wrong gear or he didn't quite match the revs and the speed.
Yeah.
And he just got a little nip. And if he was quick, he would have been able to dip the clutch as well as get round and then re-engage.
it almost look you're spot on. It almost looks as if it was a car on a rally station. He's nipped the handbrake to get the rear around. Goodness me. Again, a bit like the Porsche 2-litre Cup cars. They're expressive machines in their body language.
That's a bit of a later car. What's that one? The number 61. So what age is that car? Because that's got the different rear lights on.
Mackay.
Oh, I haven't got it.
That is an Alfa Romeo GT Veloce 2000.
2-litre car. Do we know from what year that is?
No, but I can tell you it was designed by Giorgetto Giugiaro.
Yeah.
If that's worth it.
Yeah, and I think that's a bit of a later car. It's the shape has evolved a wee bit, and the rear lights are slightly different. There will be Alfista all over the place saying, Hindhaugh, you should know that. I apologise.
We've had a lot of...
200 cars this weekend.
200 cars to swat up on.
And Joe and Peter have seen every single one of them at least once in the paddock. And I think talked to somebody from pretty much every operating team here.
The welcome has been amazing from everybody. My first time at a Peter Otto event, and surely hope it won't be my last, because the people, I think that the people behind these, the cars have the story of their own. The car story is there in many cases, and especially with significant cars. You know the car you're walking up to look at straight away, but then the people that own these cars and why they acquired them and the joy that they get out of them,
correct,
is really cool to listen to.
And particularly the joy they get from doing what they were meant to do. And you know, I've said this a couple of times this weekend, but honouring the ethos that brought the car into being, which is, it was a race car, so race it.
Yes.
Don't put it in a glass box and look at it.
No.
It's a race car, so race it.
And actually, the race cars, they are only built to do one thing, and that's go quickly and win races. And yes, there is a little bit of compromise in styling for marketing purposes, of course, because the cars are built to market that stuff. But aerodynamics are the number one cause, and so therefore the car's not designed to be an art form anyway. So it's designed.
Some of them turn out to be.
Yes, they do, and it's funny that
where form and function come together.
Yeah, the cars that have the best aerodynamic properties quite often actually make very good-looking cars. Actually.
Oh, in the pit lane, I think that's Sabatini's car in the Squadra Corsa Jolly car machine, which I think that makes that the number. Does that make it? No, it's not. That's not.
Just a little bit early there, unfortunately.
69. No. There are a couple of cars. Okay. It is Sordi Giulio Sordi, excuse me. Giulio Sordi in the number 12 car, sharing with Mattia Sordi.
He's a GT Junior, GTA 1300 Junior.
That's one of the 1300 cars, yeah.
One of only 492 ever built. Very rare.
And well done for bringing a 1300 to the smaller engine.
Yeah, up against I mean, that's why we have so many classes, because it's impossible to compete against a GT-AM with its lightness and its power.
How low is the back of that white and green car?
Going to scrape going up the hill to Piratella.
Wow. Well, it's working. Extraordinary to see these cars in this setting. This an invitation class, a guest class if you will, but the Alpha Revival Club been running over 10 years now, and when you see the machinery here you can understand why. They've got their own little hospitality area in their own paddock with that T10, I think it is, or maybe the T11. I think it's a T10. I think it's the T11 would be too late.
Now, one thing that's just caught my eye, and frustrated that it has not caught my eye up to now. Car number 26 is at the moment being driven in the lead of its class by Fabian Korber for Alpha Delta. According to the programme, he is due to share the car, which is many of the drivers do, with Arturo Merzario.
Well, that's why he's here this weekend.
I did not realise that.
But you told me he was here.
I knew he was here, yes, but I thought, I did not realise he may not be driving. I don't know. We will need to wait and see after the pit stop if A. Merzario comes up on our timing screen, at which point we'll get all quite giddy. So 38 minutes left on the clock. That car we've just mentioned running 6th overall.
Yeah.
I wonder who looks after the cowboy hat when he's
and leading its class, as you rightly said. Class leaders, obviously Davide Bertinelli leading in G2 TC, G2 GTS, but still in that G2 class is the Furiani Racing, Alexander Furiani driven number 33. Third in that class, Bernard Leber for Alpha Delta OKP, the number 69. Fourth in that class, and this is the top 4, Christian Oldendorf for Fernandez Racing in the 165. Then the Group 5 I-Class car, Christian Ondrak for Alpha Delta OKP. Then that Fabian Korber car, the number 26. That's 36 in 5th class leader and 26 in 6th class leader. Other class leaders just outside the top 10 for Daniel Hager in the Formula GT Giulia. That's a G1 GT5 class leader. Andre Cardo for the Alpha Race Team H2 leader in touring cars has just pitted from 16th in the number 23. Alberto Zanata in the number 65 H1T class leader is in 19th overall, and those are your class leaders as the pit lane is open. And we've already had somebody under investigation, Ben Walter, in what is the Group 5 leading car, one of the Group 5 class leading cars. He's been investigated for speeding in the pit lane. Joe Bradley's rejoined us.
I have. You'd have a couple of these in the garage, wouldn't we? P-Mac, Bradley and Mackay Racing.
You owned an Alpha. Did you ever own an Alpha?
No, Fiat Mirafiori Sport.
Yeah, and the 132 you had as well.
And I had a Fiat 132.
That was a nice car, that.
Best big saloon. You know, I'm in my big saloons, and that was one of the best cars. It had the 2-valve per cylinder twin cam.
Yeah.
Which was bulletproof. Unfortunately, Fiats weren't renowned for their bodyworks being bulletproof
in those days,
and the door eventually fell off. One of 4.
I ran an Alpha as a long-term test car for quite a long time. Joe and I drove all over Europe in it.
I had, when you said you had an Alpha, I had to think really hard. Did I have an Alpha? I can't remember. I did drive a Alpha GTV race car, which was a production-based car around Donington Park. But I had to pit. It was just a test day. It was just like a track day. When I was working for Robert Shaw Racing, we acquired it from somewhere.
So the 3 modern Alphas that I've driven is the I had a couple of weeks with the absolutely brilliant Giulia Quadrifoglio with the 2.9 engine. You drove that as well. That was
a weapon.
That was a weapon. Drove it on full Corsa spec all the time.
That was a BMW M3 beta, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I couldn't change up on a paddle shift. I couldn't change up quick enough first to second to third. The engine revved.
Yeah.
And the fastest, I mean, it got my head around it eventually. It was like, hang on, I'm just going to have to go 1, 2, 3.
Transaxle gearbox as well. 8-speed ZF, I think, transaxle gearbox. I had the SUV, the sort of Macan-sized SUV on a test, which is called the, it'll come back to me, Stelvio, thank you. That was a great car. That was absolutely brilliantly handled. It was as good as the Mackay.
I think I've almost bought loads of Alphas, but
the long-term car
at the very last.
The long-term car that I had was the most unlikely, but actually was a cracking piece of kit. Joe and I embarked on John and Joe's European adventure in it.
Yeah, we did.
We went to the Nürburgring for the World Endurance Championship when I was working. Sorry, we'll have to skip back. On the way to the Nürburgring, we went through Belgium and Mons to see where Joe's grandfather was shot.
And survived.
And survived.
I wouldn't be here.
Yeah,
Do the maths.
Yeah. I don't think that needed explaining, to be fair.
I don't know what to think.
Nürburgring.
Dr. Bradley.
Yeah.
For me to work. Dijon.
Yeah, we did.
Barcelona.
Yeah. And on the way back.
Jewish.
In Barcelona.
Barcelona on the hill. And on the way back, we went to Clermont-Ferrand.
And retraced that track, all in a little Alpha.
And it was a Giulietta quadrifoglio line, because they didn't do a quadrifoglio in those days. So that was a 4-door, 6-speed manual diesel, 1.9 multi-jet diesel. It was incredible, and you couldn't have mistaken it for anything else. Had the shield grille, the twin headlamps. It handled like a dream, an absolute dream. And we had that for a long-term test, and even my dad loved it. He drove it. He went up to Sunderland actually to a function in it, and absolutely loved it. And being a diesel, it just went forever. I think we only filled it up once on the way back from Barcelona. It was incredible, absolutely incredible car. And there's just something about Alphas that you look at them, and there's a certain style about them. You couldn't mistake them for a German car or a British car, could you, Joe?
You know how most cars have this generic look, and have done for about 2 decades. Alphas never did that, and the
still haven't.
And the interiors were, and I remember the GDV had the dash curved back towards you, sort of to your left-hand side, almost around, not almost around your shoulder, but towards. Going past you. Beautiful cars. And of course, Alfa Romeo have got a massive racing heritage. That these cars are obviously paying homage to.
Well, and
series.
I mean, even when the styling went a bit funny in the early 2000s, and you had the 155, which they turned into a touring car, and the 155 Silverstone and the Super Tourist, it still looked like an Alfa, didn't it?
Yeah.
Even though it was quite boxy, but then that's just harkened back to some of the older cars that we've seen here.
Well, I was very lucky a couple of months ago to go and visit a collection, and quite recently the car had been added to this collection as one of Gabriele Tarquini's DTM cars, Martini DTM car, with the Martini stripes, and talk about exotic materials.
Well, that looked like a 155, didn't it?
Yeah.
But in fact, it was a purpose-built racing car,
with a roof. Yeah, it just.
Yeah. That was a modular design, because the regulations that allowed you to change the engine and change the back end between the races. So they basically came apart in three bits of the car, so you could turn it round in the 45 or 50 minutes or whatever it was between the DTM races.
And new engines going in all the time.
Yeah.
You know, bear in mind the person that has this collection races all sorts of things, historic cars. Has done historic Formula 1 before, but this car's unlikely to be ever driven actually again, because the engine is just so complicated, so expensive to run.
They were all V8s, weren't they?
Pass, I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, they were.
Busso V6, was it not?
No, I think all of those cars in the ITR, I think they were all V8s. They didn't have to be. They didn't have to come from the car on which it was based.
Right. Okay.
Let's not forget, please, that the Formula 1 World Championship kicked off in 1950, and the first 2 years were won by Alfa Romeo.
Yes.
The inaugural season in 1950 and then 51. I mean, the racing heritage in endurance sports car racing as well. touring cars was a big thing. They changed the game in touring
Yeah,
cars
they did.
in the UK, didn't they? The British Touring Car Championship.
Well, homologation specials. They brought homologation specials back into being with the Alfa Romeo 155 Silverstone, which had the big rear wing, the higher rear wing and the thicker rear wing, which came in the boot of the car. And you could ask the dealer to fit it if you wanted to.
Sneaky, wasn't it?
It was a V6.
It was a V6. I'm very sorry, Peter. Well done.
The Mannesman over the windshield strip, Martini stripes on it as well. It's one of the best sounding cars ever made. Oh dear, slow out on track for.
That's one of the later cars with the bigger rear lights, and it is the number 65 car. Now that is the second place H1T car, Alberto Zanata, and he was only, well, he was less than 10 seconds away from his class leader Eduardo in the Scuderia Clemente car. Now is the number 23 car still running as well, the silver car. Nice to see some other colours as well. At the front of the field, as we've got the yellow flags out at what is Tosa, turn 7. Still the Furiani Racing, Alexander Furiani. Actually, that's changed.
It was as a pit stop, so that last car is car number 33, Alexander Furiani.
Yeah.
And there's still 8 minutes left in the pit window, so there's still time, but where that will bring them out. Now, unfortunately, Arturo Mazzario has not taken over the number 26 car of Fabian Korber.
Are we sure?
Yes.
So we've got driver tags on all of these cars as well?
Presume so.
Right. Oh yes, because I'm seeing some different names.
Yeah.
Dario Domenincini definitely didn't start that jolly car Squadra Corsa number 86. Can't remember that anyway. So I think you're probably right.
Yeah. So
yeah, Peter Backhoffen is new in the 85 car. So yeah, you're absolutely right, Peter.
A pity, but never mind. It's nice to have him here. Lovely to have him here and
been some absolute superstars of the sport here.
Yeah.
With John Fitzpatrick.
Who
we parked in front of the other day. We had Eric Cormas with his car, with his Le Mans winning chassis, his Le Mans competing chassis from 1998.
Jan Magnussen.
In
this very booth. In this very commentary booth.
In the Joe Bradley Memorial chair to the right-hand side.
No, he's actually sat in your chair.
But he's sitting in my chair. Even better.
Yeah, there you go. You're sitting on.
I wondered why all my levels on my headsets had gone funny when I came back.
He didn't touch a thing. He wasn't playing with the boost or the traction control. We've been really lucky actually today. We've had some great guests. A huge thank you to Jan Magnussen, to Seb Perez, who gave us some great insights of what he's up to and what's going on track.
And that also means we should say thank you very much to Artur from Peter Auto and part of Nicholas's team, Nicholas Bremont, who has been organising the guests and getting in touch, letting them know where we are. Mike Newton has been with us as well, but all of our guests, we'll miss somebody out if I try to name them all. Ross Hyatt was great as well.
He was brilliant. He was great. He was so good at telling stories, and then he's like, "Oh, I should let you commentate on the race now." Like,
and we just go, "No, carry on,
carry on."
James Turner,
of course, who joined us for a good part of the 2-litre Cup race.
The number 27, that is the colour. That's Albert Franceschetti.
Like red wine.
Yeah, dark red wine.
With gold wheels.
Yeah, the gold wheels.
It works on dark red cars.
Yeah. Worked on that metal grey Ferrari outside as well.
Absolutely didn't.
Absolutely did. Down to personal preference.
I've looked at it every time I've walked by going, I just don't know what side of the fence I sit on. My bum's getting sore sitting on this fence with that car.
And what did you conclude then?
I'm still on the fence.
Oh really?
Yeah.
See, if he doesn't know, I think it doesn't work.
Well, don't worry, mate. I'll not let you drive it when I buy one.
Okay. You can take me out in it.
Yeah, obviously.
I'd rather have that.
Advanced driver.
I would definitely have a couple of that. The Bradley Mackay Racing Heritage Racing Stable,
Which is now up to 500 cars.
probably. We're going to need a big premises. But these things just look right, don't they? I mean, they sound right, they look right, they handle right. I love the drivers that have got the open face helmets.
Dear,
Oh, who is our gearbox man? Marciello. Remember?
Marciello, yeah.
Marciello in.
Well, he's a Porsche guy, I suppose.
hang on.
We're going to have plenty of
I'm
that.
sure he,
Dear Alfa Romeo, new version of GTA, please.
Well,
You wouldn't have, I mean, look, nice big glass area.
well, isn't the Julia the
Yeah, but a two-door, a little two-door coupe like that.
yeah, the Julia, well, the Julia's a 4-door, isn't it? That rocket
It's
ship
lovely.
thing.
It's absolutely lovely.
Rocket ship.
Well, there's a GT,
Nominal.
there's a GT AM version of that as well, with no back seats.
oh no, it's Julia. Sorry, excuse me.
Yeah.
The Juliet is a smaller one.
Yeah. Yes.
They don't make the Giulietta anymore.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Nick had a Julia quadrifoglio, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, he did.
That's a terrifying thought.
Terrifying thought.
Yeah.
Terrifying.
He was the one who said to me, don't drive it in anything other than eco. And as I was answering the phone, I was coming back from the chip shop with me fish and chips, and was already in race mode. And it's not. I don't think it's a mile. Don't put it in anything other than eco until you warm the tyres up.
Oh, it was Nick saying that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, right. So you know if he's saying something sensible, you've really, really got to be careful.
Nick, the man with a right foot like a on-off switch.
Foot like a traction in.
Modulate the throttle, Nick. What do you mean?
Very good on a bike though.
Well, he's never fell off it, unless somebody's knocked him off it.
Too soon.
Number 32 goes through. Now that's got the sort of eyelash arches on, as I would call it.
Eyelash arches.
Well, yeah, they're just over the top. They're not the big
I
bubble
see what you mean.
arches.
Eyelid arches.
Eyelid arches. Thank you. That's what I meant. It's been a long day. This is the white number 23, isn't it? I saw from. Was it
Not the way around, 30.
32? Yeah. So that makes that the leader in G1 Group 5, Jürgen Ludwig, in the Formula GT entered car. Another car with a colour-keyed cage. That's quite a substantial cage there, isn't it, with that cross brakes? That's going to really stiffen up the back end of the car. No wonder they're lifting front wheels off the ground through Rivata.
The cross brace is behind the driver, isn't it? That's providing a bit of rearward protection to the driver.
They've all been lifting
yeah, I've noticed that.
out inside front wheels through Rivata.
Quite a height as well.
Yeah.
And considering how low they run.
But also, have you seen the tyre deflection on the right front when they're turning as well? Fantastic.
The rear anti-roll bar is really low and exposed. And he's on the track.
No way.
Yeah.
So that's updated then. Arturo
Yeah.
Mazzario is back racing.
Second in class and 14th overall. I just saw it there.
When you leapt out your seat, I thought this has got to be good, surely, and it is. The first ever inter-series race here in 1971 at the wheel of a Ferrari 512. Car number 26, Arturo Mazzario, out here in the sunshine at Imola. How cool is that? I mean, a guy with, I mean, you think his Grand Prix background is hugely interesting.
Oh, I mean, Ferrari, Williams, Fittipaldi, March, Wolf.
And with a bit of luck and a fair wind, we'll try and get a look at the number 26.
He also manufactured his own Formula 1 car, remember?
Did?
The Mazzario. And he drove for Shadow as well.
And he is 82 years old.
Yeah.
Big respect.
He participated in 85 Grand Prix, I'm finding out here. He scored 11 points. He was never in the best cars at the best times. I mean, you know, the Wolf Williams, which later, that was the one that, before Williams Grand Prix Engineering, sold out to Walter Wolf, which became Wolf. Wolf Racing won their first Grand Prix, Wolf. But then out of that morphed.
There he is.
Williams Grand Prix Engineering, there's the man.
Wow.
I've met him before. I've met him at an HSR event.
Are you happy now, Peter?
Yeah.
Very. Very.
Listen that, through Aqua Minerale, climbing the hill, just giving a little hand signal to let the driver coming through know to go over on the right-hand side through that big picture back window.
Driver of a faster class car, I might add.
Oh, well, yeah, absolutely. That's the 2 litre lighter and wider. Lighter and enlarged, sorry. That's what the A and the M stands for.
Look at his career. I mean, I drove in the 24 Hours of Daytona for the Ferrari Works team with Mario Andretti and Jackie X, finishing 3rd. Was won in hill climbs for Abarth, won Magelli, won all over, and of course won the very first Inter-Series race. You're right here at Imola.
He's a little interesting factoid. He was the last driver whose debut team was Ferrari until Oliver Behrman came in.
Wow.
And substituted
in Formula
1. Yeah, in Formula 1 that is.
So the last driver to make his F1 debut in a Ferrari.
Before Ollie Behrman did it last year. And that was from 1972.
Wow.
Winner of the 1,000 kilometres of Spa in 1972 with Brian Redman, then Targa Florio winner as well.
So he won the 1,000k at Spa in the same year that he made his Formula 1 debut. Red flag.
Oh no.
Now, actually, this is because we have come up, I think, against the curfew.
Of course, it's 8 p.m.
It is 8 o'clock in the evening. So let me quickly give you some results. Davide Bertinelli for Team Gatti has won the race in the G2 TC with Alexander Furiani in second, some 30 seconds back for Furiani Racing. And the 33, Dario Inhelder up into 3rd for the number 85. Then Christian Oldendorf for Fernandez Racing in the 168. All of those cars in G2. Then the Class I Group 5 winner, the number 77, Roberto Restelli for Alpha Delta OKP. The winner the second in that class, Massimo Bortolami in the 36, and 3rd in that class, actually, I don't think that other car finished. So other class winners, Francois Rivas for the Côte d'Or Racing team, brilliant. 13th overall, winning the F class by 23 seconds in the end, from Arturo Mazzario for Alpha Delta OKP. The G1 Group 5, Jürgen Ludwig won for Formula GT in the number 32 car. Andre Cardle was never headed in H2 TC in the 151, and the Scuderia Clemente car, whose second driver didn't get named there, the number 61. So who started that car? I think it was, well, it was down, that car was down to be driven by Edoardo Caponi and Fabrizio Sabatini. I think it was Sabatini started the car, so I presume it was Edoardo who finished it. So a slightly truncated race by some 17 minutes when the red flag came out. But what a way to end this fabulous Imola-Classic by Peter Auto. A guest race that has done everything a guest could possibly do in bringing us some excitement, some talking points, some great conversation, and some fabulous entertainment.
Couldn't summarise it any better. Really special event, special cars, special people, and a true celebration of the great heritage that this motorsport has. And, you know, I think as you look at the success right now of Formula 1, you look at the success right now of sports car racing, the foundations of that has been built up over generations, and many of those generations represented here, and in fact nearly all of them represented in this paddock, and some great competition as well, great camaraderie. If you've never been to a Peter Otto event, get yourself there, because it is just a true celebration of what we all love in the car and in motorsport.
Quite a display of silverware up on the podium. If you have enjoyed what you've seen over the last day and a half, I'll remind you that the penultimate round of this 2025 season, and this is a championship season, will be at Le Castellet, the Circuit Paul Ricard, in early September. It'll be Bruce Jones and Andrew Marriott who step into the Global Broadcast Centre for that particular event. So, well, it means you'll get a variety of stories. Was that
Frank Stippler?
It is Frank Stippler in the Funiani. Wow, brilliant stuff. So, a win for Davide Bertinelli in our final race of the weekend from the whole crew here. And for Peter Mackay and Joe Bradley, I'm John Hindhaugh. Thanks for joining us at Imola. Well, what a brilliant weekend we've had here, and as the sun is bathing the Imola circuits in glorious evening light, it's a big thank you to all of our volunteer marshals, track services and recovery, and of course the medical staff as well. They've not been needed this weekend, thank goodness, but we know we have to have them here. To all of our competitors and teams, and not least to our production crew in the truck and our camera operators. Been a long weekend and a particularly long day for them with some very difficult conditions. What a great racing weekend we've had. A festival of motorsport at Imola, and the Peter Otto Series continues in early September at Le Castellet Paul Ricard. Join us here on the World Feed TV at the Peter Otto YouTube channel. Enjoy the rest of your motorsport weekend, and we'll see you at a track soon. Bye-bye for now.